follow. I appreciate it very much.
Good morning, everybody. There's my alarm.
Sophisticated. Oh boy.
Good morning, Rummies Table Olson, Mr. JWB. How you guys doing?
Alrighty, guys, we are going to get ready and go over and see Mr. Darius Frost. I want to thank you all for a wonderful stream tonight. I'm going to check my achievements and see if we got that 50 count. That was awesome. All the brand new follows was just unbelievable. Fuzzy Chicken for the bits. Thank you again to my moderators. You guys have been awesome tonight. Let's go over and see Mr. Darius.
And the red beard.
And the red beard. There we go. In case you guys get lost, hit that, go over and see him, and let's see how many people we're going to take over with us. I hope we take them all with us. It's climbing. It's climbing. Just a couple more minutes, and we're going to go over there and see there. You all are very welcome, and thank you for entertaining me tonight. You helped me out as much as I helped you out. All righty, looks like we're coming in with 139. So if anybody gets lost, we're going over to Mr. Darius Frost. If you can't find him, go to the SGA page and hit that live button. See ya.
And welcome, Raiders.
Thank you, Mr. NBC, for that raid of 139. How are you doing? Welcome, Raiders. Can I get a shout out for Mr. NBC for that raid, please?
It doesn't look red.
KW? It's not as red as it should be, no. I'm unhappy with it.
Your shirt's
Morning,
more red
bad.
than your beard.
Viking Streaming, how you doing? Big Vito, Pastor Taco, Fuzzy Chicken, how you guys doing? Pompies, how you doing? Aussie Kanga, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the channel. NC Durler, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the channel. I apologize if I got your name wrong there. Just doing some
Pilgrims.
landscaping here. How's it going there, Mr. Bad? Doing good. I'm having a good night so far. The Triple X, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the channel. How you guys doing?
I only see a red shirt. Yeah, me too. Yep. Next time he's got to bleach it first.
Right.
Oh,
You should have to redo it to do so.
I am already looking at new dyes to redo it.
I bleached my hair
how it came out.
When I dyed it blue.
Thank you for that hydrate there, Ryan.
Wonder if I still have that picture. Me with blue hair.
Couldn't tell you.
Sleeping and listening. All right there, Chris. I know it is early.
You're talking
in
your sleep. Or chatting in your sleep.
That would be Dajnet. Dave. They're Catalan. They were wondering the name of the SGA founder.
That would be some guy.
That old guy.
Where's Popcorn? Yep. Saw that coming. We're trying to level out some area for the government building, so I'm messing around with that mod.
Ooh. Messing with the mod, folks, if you haven't seen it. It's pretty cool.
Yeah. Leveling out a nice little area.
Terra Farm.
D-A-J-N-E-T.
I heard he grumpy but makes good mods. We're not talking about Boom, are we?
Well, he said good mods.
Oh, that's right. It must be me.
You both can...
I'm not grumpy.
Guy that gets flies with afraid.
What do you call a poor Santa Claus?
NBC.
Saint Nicholas. That one was pretty funny, actually.
Yep.
All right, bedtime for me. I will
All
see
right.
you in the morning.
Yep, I'm
See
gonna
you in
check
the
out of
morning
here
there,
too.
Big
See you,
Daddy.
Thanks for starting a little bit early. You guys have a
Not
good
a
evening.
problem.
Good
It's
evening.
a good thing
Sleep
I
well.
woke up when I did, because I actually woke up panicking that I missed my alarm.
Oh no,
Ah.
you're good. You're good.
Well,
Have a good night,
I was a
guys.
half hour early of my alarm, but
Have a good night.
Night, MC.
Have a
this
good one.
mod is called Terra Farm. What's happening right now is I'm actually landscaping with this bucket. So you can see on the F1 menu there, oh, trailer's full. So as I've been doing this, you can see I'm actually sculpting down into the ground. So I started from the road, dumping material out and leveling, and I'm leveling my way back to this hillside, and as I get back here, it's actually picking up material out of the hill for me to be able to place my government building in here. I already measured between the trees here, it'll fit just right, but I've got to take out that hill back there some, so I'm leveling it out, and in the process getting stone, which I'll take back and I'll put into my stone crusher. I'm also using the stone to level out some of the lower areas. They crack each other up. No, it's not on the SGA website, Vito. One second. I've got a link to it over here.
No, get down.
Here is the link to the latest version, updated 10 hours ago. Yeah, I'm picking up. Yes, you can change the ground textures. You can pick up many different products. I'll show you that menu in a minute. It's actually really nice to do. It works really well, almost better than the in-game landscaping tools.
You're going to be old guy tomorrow. Oh, is it your birthday,
Viking named
Mr.
Rudolph the Red
JWB?
was looking out the window and said it's going to rain. Nice there, Pastor Taco.
Is anyone having issues with the new PVU warehouse storage? I don't know.
Not a clue.
What
That would
kind
be-
of issues?
It says when you go to place it, it shows the ground texture and the trigger icon.
Does it let you place it?
This thing does not hold a lot of stone. I'm playing with the trailer weights on, so...
Haha.
Oh. No building shows up, Reed says.
I
Who
will
broke
take a look. I did not have that issue when I did it, but
Well,
yeah, I
how
will
many
take a look
times
at
has
it.
Dave done something and no issues until it gets to us, and then it's linked wrong?
Oh, well, happy birthday,
No,
Mr.
there's no
JWB.
Yep, happy early birthday there, Mr. JWB.
You can now apply for the AARP.
Anyone for intended?
They accept 50 and over.
I don't know there, Ryan. Nice, bad. That is millet. And Delay91, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the channel. How are you doing today?
All right, I'll be back in a couple minutes.
I'm using the in-game telehandler and telehandler bucket, Silas. No special equipment needed. I'm actually going to do myself a quick favor, and I'm going to take the extended sides off of this thing because I don't need them for this application. It'll make it a little easier for me to dump things out. Customize that capacity wide with the lights. Bob Ross would do this form of landscaping. I don't know there, Kiram. But I'll show you the menu in just a minute. Morning. I wonder if you can use a bulldozer to push the stone into a pile. I don't know about a bulldozer, Sog.
No,
Simply
it's
because
only certain buckets and stuff.
Yeah.
As of now.
As of now. It's possible that they could use it to do the leveling part of things. But when it comes to pushing up material to level out, I don't know how it would deal with that. Because the bulldozers kind of hold a little bit of material and then dump the material out, but I don't know how it would work. It's possible they could add that function in later. It's possible. But I don't know. Almost back to the old construction site. Yeah, it might take me a while to do it this way, but I don't mind it. It's kind of cool. Do a full Bob Ross stream. Nice. Happy little tree in here. Just a happy little accident. It actually worked really well for leveling coming off the road, too. It was kind of cool. Because I actually started at the road, came right off the road, which gave it right to that lip. And then in this case, I was going a little fast, so it dipped down. But over here, I went over it a couple passes, and it actually made a nice little slope. Turned out really good. But you've got this terraforming mode. So you can do your radius, your strength for lowering and raising, smoothing or flattening. And then in here you can enable it. Debug mode, disabling the discharge. What fill type you want. Stone, dirt, coal, concrete, limestone, gravel, sand. These are all ones that it's picking up from Dave's map that are already in it. You can disable the terrain painting if you want to. I actually have it on, which is fine. I'll paint when I'm done around the building. But I kind of like how it's doing the gravel. And then with the painting and discharging layers, you can do gravel, sand, gravel, dirt. Actually, gravel dirt's not a bad idea. I think this might be helpful with doing roadways or paths for painting. Always deleting and filling and repainting to get the right width for equipment. It can. Gravel, dirt, moss, dust, pathway, trash, pathway, gravel, asphalt road 4321, grass, riverbed, asphalt road, blacktop, galena, copper, bauxite, wet mud, cliff rock, gravel, grass, salt, or asphalt road 2, dirt, animal, mud, grass, dry, coal, forest ground, asphalt road, double, black, 1, 2, patchy. So it picks up a whole lot of different painting layers. And then when you open it, it's going to start out disabled. You're going to want to enable the terraforming. And then you can use X and B. X for if you want to flatten, smooth, lower. And then B for normal, raise, flatten, smooth, paint. So it just paints. And normal discharge, which means I'll dump out the stone. It does. I actually really like it myself too, Viking streaming. It's going pretty good there, Surfing Cowboy. I kind of like it. And like I said yesterday, right now, yeah, sure, we can't um, build factories, but guess what? Now I can sit here and turn the area into a construction site until I build it. And kind of do that route. And you see how you've got the blue dots and the red. Once you get down, now it's going to register this height. So when I carry forward, it's going to start leveling to this height. And you see I've already leveled all the way out here. And now I'm starting to pick an area. You can see the ground right there. As I move forward, getting pulled down to this height. Go nice and slow. See how it's the inner two are red and the outer two are green. Right now it's telling me it's not pulling down because my bucket's full. So we'll grab the next path. And now you can see it pulling down the height. Bringing it right out. And there you go. I mean, like I said, I really like it. I like the way this works. Gives me some of that roleplay value, you know. Will it take me a while to dig out and flatten all of this? Sure. But I've got time to kill.
I'm back.
Welcome back, Dave.
Oh, I'm tired. But I did take a nap sitting here at my computer Wednesday. Through part of NBC's stream. I can't
We
stop.
won't tell him.
I can't. Oh, he knows. I didn't snore anyway. I muted the microphone just in case.
Well, at least he muted the microphone.
Mm-hmm. Try to make sure that's done.
Honestly, I really like the way this works. I know it's still gonna need a lot of updating and things like that. I hope, like Dave was saying, it'll recognize the terrain you're in and give you the appropriate material for that terrain. That would be sweet, but
Yeah. See, exactly. If you can't do that, then
well, at least for the time being, doing the landscaping side of it.
right.
I mean, I love doing this. This is actually really fun. Just because it gives me the chance to do that. If down the road they can make it so it will recognize, all right, I'm in a coal area, and
Let's
do
dig
the coal.
some coal.
Yeah,
Right.
that would be really sweet. You know, that would
But
be
as
really
of right
cool.
now, the big problem I have is that
Yeah.
if you're short on coal, just grab the bucket and find a place to dig and switch it to coal, and you have all the coal. You know, little
Yep.
bit cheaty.
Yeah,
Doesn't mean
that's a little cheaty, and I won't do that. But I mean, that's
right.
to each their own. If you want to, you can. You shouldn't have to, Grim. Uh, you see these stop signs here, Dave? These are the ones I was mentioning. If we could make them deletable or sellable, because you've
It's
got this.
decorative.
Well, yeah, but you've
Oh,
got this curbing here, and if you buy out this piece of property, you actually have a nice room for a placeable in here, and then
yeah.
extend the road to it, because you can't extend the road through the curb.
Mm-hmm.
I was originally looking, the government building would almost fit right here, but then I'm like, well, then these signs are always going to be here, or I've got to try and paint through the curb, which isn't going to go well.
Right.
You know, if you you could actually just take out a couple trees right here, and you'd be able to place the government building right in this hole, which is what I was originally going to do. And it's like, well, then I own the grocery and that, and hey, you know, 2 for 1.
Yep.
But then I'm like, well, that's in my way now.
You know what's fun? The helicopter.
Is it? I'm gonna have
Well,
to.
you
I'm gonna
know.
have to get that at some point.
I decided I wanted to go to the mine rather than just tab into a vehicle. I flew up there.
Nice.
Flying back to the farm. It doesn't take long, you know, when you're going 100 miles an hour in the air.
Yeah, I need to get the Volvo and the dump truck that you've got at some point.
Yeah.
Nice, me, Danny. How to get rid of grumpy equals nap. There you go. Anything that you can store stones in, not yet, surfing. If I run out of room, I'm just gonna make a big pile.
And there goes Boomhauer.
Mm-hmm.
Did he say he was going to bed? Or
I
did
don't
he
know.
leave us?
It's going awesome there, surfing. It's going awesome. Coco Do 33-700. I'm sorry if I missed your follow. Welcome to the channel. Thank you for the follow. I do appreciate it. How are you doing this morning? I forgot about that, Bob Dang. He said it for to hold anything. So yeah, Boom's silo will hold anything. Buzz buzz. Yes, I am supposed to be live in 8 minutes. That's what I get for looking down at my phone because I heard it buzz buzz beside me.
Mm-hmm.
I did not update my terrain file when I updated the map earlier, so I'm probably going to get weird lines from adding the new fruit types, but, you know, hey, whatever. I'm mostly going to be playing around getting the government building and a few other things put in, so.
There you go, Reed. That's fixed.
It's fixed. Fixed it.
Yeah, yeah.
You messed it up.
No, you did.
I didn't do it. Touch it. Blame it. Never even seen it.
Yeah, you have.
I haven't.
Not in game. I stayed away from it. 'Cause I don't use storages. I pile my pallets on the ground outside.
Actually, I saw Evil Reyes the other day. He was doing a bunch of stuff with his pallets, and he's got the heavy-duty shelf from the in-game mod hub, and it works awesome for dealing with pallets. He's got them like near his pallet spawns, so he can just run over with a forklift, pick stuff up, set them on the shelf. It's really, really awesome the way he did it. I was like, ooh, I'm gonna have to steal that. And he goes, yeah, it's right on the in-game mod hub. Sweet. All right, I'm stealing it. I'm stealing the idea. I don't know. I just kind of like doing it. More realism. I've got everything turned on already anyway. So, I just turned on the trailer weight too. I've got weeds on. I've got seasons on. It's all turned on for me right now. So, you know. I'll play with the trailer weight on. It makes sense. You wouldn't be putting 30,000 liters of stone in a trailer like that. You'd break the thing in half. That's what the mining equipment will be for later.
Yep.
Yeah, I mean, that's the beauty of all of Dave's maps. I mean, County wasn't as customizable as some, but it still was to a degree customizable. What I should probably do is go ahead and buy my dump truck and a wheel loader. Or not my dump truck, my actual Western Star and a different trailer. The Bean Father, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the channel. How are you doing? And doesn't want to work this morning. So the external truck mods, how do you actually get them to work? If you know, great stream so far. I've been here a couple minutes. Well, I appreciate it, Bean Father. And what do you mean external truck mods? Are you talking mods from like another site that you're trying to get them to work in your game? All right, there, Mr. Underpants. Don't let any jelly beans fall in while you go to sleep.
One skid mark.
I guess you get this a lot, but how has the map come along? A lot of it's been fruit types, Olsen. Few other things here and there that Dave's been working on. Factories and the like.
Right. Once we get the fruit types all done,
Yeah.
then we'll be able to set a release date, but there's still several to come.
Some of the other buildings that Dave's adding in as far as the ones that, like the biogas where you buy it and it does its thing, those are things that have to be done before a save game starts. Otherwise they won't automatically add. So if Dave's going to be adding any more buildings that will, like if the fast food restaurant is going to give something and he changes the way it works, that'll have to be done.
The rest of them are going to be placed.
Alright, well, you know, I'm not 100% sure what your plans are. I'm just saying.
Neither am I.
It's one of those things that would require a
Yeah.
restart, you know. I don't have a side panel. I'm just using a it's a Logitech 3D 3D Extreme Pro joystick. Got it off Amazon for 30 bucks. Works really well. I like it. It's taken a little getting used to, but I like it a lot. It gives me obviously a lot of control over doing stuff like this. And it was a lot cheaper than a side panel. How's it going there, Jab? Oh, Ford trucks, Peterbilt dump, stuff like that. One of the things I will caution about there, Bean Father, is a lot of those vehicles tend to have a lot of errors in them. As far as their functionality goes. But what you would do, are you on, I'm assuming you're on PC then, Bean Father. How many fill types can you add into a map before you break it? I don't know. Dave's gonna find that out. Haven't hit the limit yet.
256
Is it 256?
is the maximum in a map without a script. Now, we will get there. Then I'll have to find that script and get it to work.
Yeah, and that's basically what it is, Olsen, is the map's coming along pretty well. There's things that will take time to get done to put in, but we're trying to find every single thing we can before it comes out, so there's less errors for you guys to deal with at release. Diddy. I think I want to get an actual, like, dump trailer. Construction type dump trailer. I'll use the SGA hopper bottoms for doing my field work and stuff, but it is very nice. I'm playing around with it right now myself, Dairyland, and yeah, I'm loving the functionality of being able to you know, we can't build a factory, but I can take the time to terrain sculpt the area I want the factory to go in and then place the factory. I like that idea. The D's After Dark. How's it going there, Diesel Viking?
80s.
Um, real quick, KW, can I get a shout out for Evil Reyes, please, and Jababo as well? If you guys don't know who Jababo is, make sure you go check him out. Another member of the SGA, has a really, really awesome, unique take on farming. You guys might enjoy it. And also, if you guys get a chance, check out Evil Reyes. He's another awesome streamer. He's raided me a bunch. He's a really cool, really chill guy. Does a lot of really cool things with farming. I've enjoyed watching him stream lately. When I'm not busy streaming myself, that is. What's going on? You were AFK when watching Yosho. Now I'm on you. How's it going, Sharper Fire?
And Jababo's new title is the Viceroy of Vintage.
Nice, that's a good one. Gold to the Terra Farm Mard. Well, you can give yourself gravel pompies that you can run through a gold master. If you wanted to. You think is needed for wheel, joystick, pedal setup? Well, in my case, I've got a my wheel and pedals only use one USB
Right.
input because they're the Logitech set. So the pedals actually plug into the wheel, and then the pedals, you know, the wheel plugs into the PC. But right now, I'm not using any USB extensions. I've got a USB port that's plugged in for my headset. I have one plugged in for my light. I don't know if you can kind of see this down here. You know, my collector's edition light. I have the, you know, my keyboard and mouse are plugged in, obviously. I have my wheels set up with this, with those plugged in. The joystick plugged in, and I've still got a couple of slots left open in my computer. So I don't know what, 1, 2, 3, 4. I'm only using 6 USBs.
You said a lot.
Well, yeah, but you've got a stream deck, and you know, all, and I've got my camera, so 7. You know, and I'm using probably more than a lot of people.
Yeah.
Because of the extra stuff. So yeah, I mean, just for the wheel, pedals, and joystick, 2. Oh, come on, Diesel. As long as you stay PG, you're always welcome to come in here and hang out. You know that.
Abs-
Yeah, I mean, it really only uses 2, so. I know day 4 of not sleeping yet. I was trying to answer Kiram. I was getting back to you, Brett. How you doing this morning? Welcome, welcome. We're gonna get it with the hitch. We gotta get it with the trailer borgs. And the rack. No ramp. The big engine. We're gonna go crazy shiny purple because bread's in the house. How's it going there, Mod 2112? Any game people want to actually accomplish anything in. You're tired but can't sleep. Oh, I'm sorry, Bread. I go aluminum there. Design. Nope. Sorry, this one here is the one that I want to go black for the mirrors. This one needs to go aluminum. Rim color, we're gonna go aluminum on. We'll buy that. That's expensive. A dump type trailer that this thing can pull. I'll probably have to get one
210 grand in potatoes.
Nice. Why is the configuration not showing up for
It's
the...
Jababa.
Oh, there it goes.
It's
That
the
was
Viceroy
weird.
of Vintage.
I was
Howdy.
going to live to race. Get school in a bit, yeah. No, don't eat the cookie. Go to sleep, bread. Jiminy Christmas bread. Heck yeah.
No, we don't know when Wolf Creek's gonna be ready.
Not yet live to
Gonna be a
race.
while.
I don't even when it.
Hey, can you show me the logos on that?
On this?
Yeah.
There's the Jab logo.
Oh, I gotta send him a different logo.
Yeah, I think that's just the one he happened to have handy.
All right, no problem.
I wish the lines weren't there. That's just.
Yeah, well, I understand why he did it. If you don't, then you can actually see him behind the logo.
Well, I understand.
That's why I find if you use a dark color, the lines are a lot less noticeable. Oh, February 29th is the release date for Wolf Creek. Yeah, in 2 years.
Nope. It'll be before February 29th.
I was just trying to give you an extra out there, Dave.
Well, there is no February 29th this year, so we've got plenty of time before February 29th shows.
Yeah. No, I haven't gotten the federal building built yet. I'm actually in the process of making a spot for it now. That's interesting on the inside of the cab. You can see the cab shifting, but the hood doesn't seem to move. Good morning, Cowboy Mike's. How you doing?
Oh, who let
Release date
Cowboy
on your
Mike
birthday.
in?
February 12th. You never know, Kiram.
February 30th.
You gotta at least try to be realistic there, Jab. That
29th.
helicopter is the bro. Nice.
Oh, we're not in a leap year.
Nope.
Nope, we're not.
Leap years are presidential years.
I don't have the money. Can I borrow any money? I can. Awesome. Let's buy us a wheel loader.
At the rate it's going, I would think it'll be out in February. But that's, things keep
Ooh,
going.
those look
pace.
really good.
They are. I mean, we got half the fruit types.
Michelin.
Is there a limit on fruit types?
Well, there's a limit to what we're going to use. There is a limit, yes.
And we need a bucket.
And I'm not sure we might be more limited because they added a different type of grass. Find it that doesn't show up in the menu. So we could be closer than we think. If it's the
New
same as
Holland
last year,
yellow.
we only have 7 spots. To be honest with you, I gotta talk to Shy Wizard. I think it would be easy.
So that means no
Don't
tobacco this
think
time.
that's gonna.
Most likely no to. I don't know.
Depends on how much work he wants to do and needs to do on the map.
I would
Lincoln's
guess that
birthday.
probably. I would like to get at least one or two, maybe two.
All right, we need to go.
Oh, off the
Y
vines.
on
the vines, but I want to check with Shy Wizard and see if he's looked at that, because I
flatten
wouldn't
and
think
normal.
it would be hard. It's just that I don't know how they did the graphic for the actual
I need to adjust that real quick. That's gonna
grapes.
throw me off if I don't change that quick. Been trying to fix up your bedroom to be an office bedroom since you're working from home. Man, is that a chore? It can be, Ma. It sure can be. Gamepad. We need to go down to where? Vehicles, work. Where's the tools?
I also got to look at the list and see if there's anything we can do without. I really would like peanut and onion.
That's better.
Beyond that, I don't know how
Late
many
January or
items-
early February, you're probably close, Bread. It's going to be one of those things that it will be dependent on the fruit types. When do we hit that cap? Things like that. How long they take to get done. But it's coming. It's making good progress.
My guess would be in between Valentine's Day and Easter.
That's a nice wide gap. Yeah.
Well, if
let's
peanuts
see.
come into the map sharper, there probably will be peanut butter coming back.
Trying to think of.
Peanut oil.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, we did have a discussion about how many different things could be done with peanut on our stream one night.
Let's see what.
Dave, you updated the landfill, right? I think I
Yeah.
saw.
Yeah.
Did you add in the picture for the mod?
No, I
when
didn't.
I
I forgot
okay.
about it.
All right.
got it.
I was just 100. I was just making sure it came through okay because I went to load in and I saw the picture was still, the icon was still missing for it. And I was like, all right. I thought I saw it updated, but I just wanted to make sure it wasn't a corrupted download or something, you know. Why no burger? I haven't figured that one out yet, Beanfather. The trigger aspect is still missing for the bakery or the butcher shop, but we'll figure something out. Peanut butter fudge cookies. Hey, Bread. Yeah, I was at the store earlier. And I saw the cosmic brownies, and I said, I've got to pick one up. It's Bread's fault.
I would say tobacco is going to be out.
Bacon.
I would say hops is going to be out, and it's going to be made out of the hemp, like we used to.
What, for beer?
If you take hops out, there's no beer.
Did you just hear what I said?
He's going to use the hemp for beer.
You can use hemp for beer?
Hops
Yep.
are a derivative of the hemp plant. They're a different, yeah. So we
Yep.
use hemps and convert it at a factory into hop.
No,
Bet you
Bread,
didn't
I
know
have
that.
not.
I did not know that. Who are you calling Fred?
He said
Bread.
bread.
Oh, okay, never mind. I see
Texas
it now.
toast, bread.
I thought you were saying Fred, and I'm like, I don't see a Fred.
Well, the inside of the map is Elm Creek Sharper Fire. The outside of the map, which is directly in front of me, is No Man's Land.
They both belong to the same plant family.
So this ridge right here represents the original edge. Yes, some of the ridge remains, Dave. This is the original edge of Elm Creek right there. All in front of you is No Man's Land. Selling canola at the East Grain. There you go, Ma 12. 2112. No. Yeah, it looks pretty decent. I wish it was a little windier, though. My wind turbine ain't moving very well. Alright, let's go get this one here. Back to the yard quick. I don't. They haven't really been very forthcoming with those they're surfing. The changelog's kind of weird to find. I know it's not directly at my link, but they've been updating VCA like crazy. Mowgli has. It is a 4X map there, Ma. Alright, Sharper Fire, get some rest. We'll catch you in the next one. No worries. Appreciate you coming in and hanging out.
Onion, peanut, and clover.
Did you just get more? Or are you
No,
trying
those
to
are
narrow down the
those are the
list?
3 that I definitely want.
Yeah.
And I've got poppy and lavender.
Poppy and lavender would be nice, yeah.
Would be nice, but then that's 5. And if we have any room, I'd like to get blueberries or possibly even coffee beans on the olive. You know,
Yep.
and blueberries on with the grape machine.
I'd be interested to see, because those are listed in the build menu the way they're done. If
I
they're
just
really,
can't figure out how the fruit works, but I think it might be a real easy one to do. Duplicate them.
yeah.
Right.
I'll after
It's just
stream,
the
if I've got time,
graphic.
I'll see if I can't start digging into some of that for you with the
Oh, I've looked
olives
at
and
it,
the.
but it's confusing because every other one has a graphic file, but that doesn't. It points to a
Right. Or image where it's blurred out and the color comes from a small spot on that image.
right.
Hmm.
It is so weird how they did it.
Although I was looking today and I did find some more information. Might be able to do something with it.
Hawaii and California mountains, nice. Yeah, the mountain backdrop looks really good. It really does add something, I think, to the map. Just looking out and seeing the mountains around it. Turn on the VCA, and let's see if we can't speed up this process a little bit, shall we?
I have a feeling we might get cut short by type.
Probably.
Although I might be able to. But they have 2 grasses. One that grows in the field and one that's the meadow. That cut one there. The meadow grass isn't planted, so if moved to the end of the list, which might be the big change, where everybody would have to restart if I have to move things around on the list once they're all in there.
Right.
Try to free up a slot.
Yeah. Yeah, I know eventually I'll have to do one final restart for when the map goes like fully live, but in the meantime.
Right.
I really like that part of having the joystick. We got a couple of buttons right there that I can use for activating the tilt function on the bucket for the high
Are you
dump.
using the side panel?
No, I bought a Logitech 3D Extreme Pro or Extreme 3D Pro joystick. It was only $30. It's got, I'll show you. It is this one here. So I've got this thumb button here that I use for my camera. I've got a trigger button here I use for, I have linked for detaching and attaching the tools on the whatever I'm using. And then I've got these two top ones I use for when I'm in the exterior camera view. I can zoom in and out with them. These two here are raise and lower on the bucket. And then this one here I trigger for in and out of cab view. And I don't even have these 7 down here set yet.
You could use those 7 over there as a Stream Deck buttons.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, you could use them for... I mean, I've got 7 buttons there that I don't even have set. This one here is more like an accelerator button.
Yeah, you can use one as a go away Billy button.
So, I mean, it works pretty good. Storm Coach, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the channel. How you doing? So, you know, I can just in and out of the cab. Adjust the camera and stuff without having to grab the, Oh, thank you for those 100 bits there, Ma. I appreciate that.
That's a pretty cool looking thing, man.
Yeah, it was $30. I figured, you know what, it gives me a chance to play around with the joystick. It doesn't cost me a ton of money. How's it going there, Fuzzy Chicken?
All right, you were talking about some sort of land mod, something or another. What is that?
This is called Terra Farming. I don't have the link to it, but I can send it to you.
No, well, explain to me what it is.
Well, it's the landscaping tool on this bucket. You see how I've got the blue and the red buttons? I'm literally leveling the ground as I'm doing this right now. Watch the front of the...
What does it give you when you're leveling?
Right now, I've got it set to give me stone. You see how it's pulling the ground down and leveling? And I'm getting stone in my bucket?
Oh.
Pretty
Well,
cool.
hang on a second. It's not. How come it's not charging you to do it?
It's free because you're doing it yourself. Now, if I want to, I could also set this to level as I'm dumping instead of giving me the stone. And I could go dump the stone out in that direction, leveling the ground out if it's lower. So you can raise the ground, you can do everything with this. If you see at the bottom of the F1 menu, it says flatten ground and normal.
Does it work with any front loader?
Quite a bit of them, yeah. It comes built in using these base game ones here. So the front loader shovel, telehandler shovel, the Magsy wheel loader shovel. This is even because this was built off the Magsy wheel loader shovel. This one, or the overtipping bucket. Paladin, whichever one Billy used. This is the PV modded bucket, and it's working just fine with it. And then all of these different modded buckets work with it. These are all of the fill types built into it, so you can see it recognizes Dave's coal, his concrete, his gravel, his sand. And then it'll give you stone as a base as well. And it adds dirt as a fill type, not that you can do much with dirt.
Who made this?
SCF mod? It's on the GitHub. And you can see there's the Volvo track loader. You know, track hoe. Digging a big hole, making a pile there. The Volvo dump truck. He's been updating it pretty quick. You know? Now it'll also recognize for the painting, like all of the different painting layers that Dave has in the map are automatically recognized. So if I wanted to, I could make this look like ore as I'm digging this out or whatever. Sure, cowboy. 1 second. I should say surfing. There you go. There is the link to it. The big boom bucket. Nice. But yeah, I mean, I've been enjoying this little mod. It's actually pretty cool. You know, you can just...
Actually, I wouldn't mind using it. I just got to figure out if I can find an old piece of equipment that'll actually work with it.
Well, like I said, any piece of equipment will work with it. It's the bucket you put on it. As long as you put the in-game front loader bucket on it, it's gonna work. So as long as your old piece of equipment can take a front loader attachment, you put the front loader bucket on there, it'll work. And then you have a menu. You can set what does the painting look like when it's doing it, or do I even have it painting? What fill type is it giving me? Which is where it can get cheaty, because okay, well, I could be digging coal out of the ground instead of buying a coal mine, you know,
Yeah.
or gravel or whatever. I just have it giving me stone because that's the way I wanted to do it. Yeah.
Yeah. I'm hoping that they link it to the ground textures.
That would be really
It
cool.
would be much more realistic and better.
Yeah.
And if I have to, I'll pull those ground textures out of the paint menu for the ones that are the minerals, so you can't paint them wherever you want, just to dig them.
Well, and that's the
Yeah.
one thing I never understood. I never understood why you had them in there in the first place.
Just in case people wanted to paint.
Because it's not like painting them put the product down.
No, but
No,
some
but if
people
you
like to
accidentally
use them.
painted into the mine or something and you wanted to repaint. Oh, are they those same ones that did the advanced gameplay settings? Nice, I didn't know that. Well, you
Trust
know,
me, I've
you
seen
see me,
people
I'm
use.
digging a big hole.
I've seen people use those textures on their maps for like the salt texture on the side of the road, or you know, coal textures on the side of a map, and they look really cool.
I mean, you can see
Designs
right
people
there,
have
I'm
done.
using Billy's PV mods bucket. But if I wanted to, I could go... Let's flatten the ground as I'm doing this, so let's tip and it's going to flatten as I go. It's not using a lot of stone because the ground's pretty flat over here. But I can flatten out in this direction,
Making a little road.
making a little road.
Actually, I think that's really cool because there's so many different things you could do with that. You could use that to outline your fields and then turn around and paint it.
Yeah. I mean, you could do all kinds of stuff with this mod. It's like, alright, I get it. Right now, we can't build factories. So you know what? What's the next best thing? I turn it into a construction site, and I make the area to build my factories.
Are you kidding? You know how many people have asked for being able to terraform it in some sort of capacity using equipment instead of doing it, yourself?
Absolutely, absolutely, Jeb. People have been asking for this for a while, so to see it coming now, this is awesome because hopefully it catches on. Hopefully they can, do a good job with the mod, and maybe this gets added as a base game feature somewhere down the road. How cool would that be if it was a base game feature to be able to do your terraforming without actually having to pay for it and just using the equipment if you want to, you know?
Or imagine if you had a special piece of equipment that would turn something that looks, that you flatten out and then it makes it look like asphalt after you're done.
Well, exactly. You could add that script into a paver, have it give you the paved asphalt look, with Dave, he's got the blacktop look or this paved road look. You could have it give that texture as you're driving the thing and it's painting the ground, if you added the script in. Yes, it works. It's as far as I know, it's working on all maps. It even works in multiplayer.
It's not 100% in multiplayer.
No,
but
it's not 100%, and it does need work. It's in alpha, so I mean, with that in mind, there's
Right.
going to be issues and bugs. But considering we're a month into the game and he's already got it at this state,
Mm-hmm.
you never know what's going to come in the next 6 months, what this mod could look like, the next year. I think it's really cool. You know, it would really be a bummer if we don't get the ability to build our factories back. But if I've got the ability to do this kind of stuff, hey, I'm game with it. I'm really enjoying it. Especially since, you know, when you're doing the painting side of things, it works really well. To make a nice curve or whatever, the width of your equipment, without going, oh geez, I missed, and you've got to change back and repaint another type of ground type or whatever, you know? I have a feeling I'm going to fill this thing here in a minute.
See it. It takes forever to process stuff.
Oh, I'm sure it does, yeah. Thank you for that stretch there, Brett. Yeah, I mean, it's a pretty cool mod. For, what are we, a little over a month into the game. Somebody's got some, you know, some pretty good scripting information there. And I think somebody had said they reached out to Giants, I think with the intention of trying to get it to recognize the ground texture for the sake of, yes it is Pastor Taco, being able to recognize the ground type.
Buddy, is it that noticeable?
When I get up out of the camera, yes it is.
His office is in the closet.
Yep. I custom built my desk into the closet. Lack of space at the other end of the house.
Place his wife would let him go.
She keeps me locked in the closet like Harry Potter.
Can't say I blame her.
Yep. That's right, it worked for Harry Potter.
Impressive use of the space.
So yeah, I mean it's pretty cool. I mean it does a fairly good job of doing the leveling and stuff. It's very intuitive with the groundwork and stuff. So hey, what the heck? You know, I'll dig out enough of what I need to do, and I'll probably end up having to come back almost a year, but whatever. I'll dig it out. Richie860, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the channel. How are you doing this morning?
Heck, I'm half tempted to use it to fill in where I've got the grass.
Yeah, see, as I'm coming this way, it's actually having to dig down now to level. Joystick's working awesome, especially with this. How you doing there, J-Streb?
We'll take out the bush.
I'll find out, I guess, in just a second. I think that's one of the other things with it, Grim, is it is a little bit, you don't necessarily have to own the land to do the lands. Whoops. Let me change my output mode. Hey, like I said, it's a lot cheaper than the
Right.
side panel is
Oh.
for the joystick. You know, I mean, $30 versus what's the side panel cost?
I think it's what 150.
Something like that, yeah. $150. Yeah, so $30. It's an older joystick, but it works great. I think even Reaper uses the thing.
Yeah.
I think Reaper has 2 of them.
Yeah. Yep. Dave wants his sticks.
Yep.
Guess we'll find out here in a second if it'll get rid of the bushes. Hey Nanak, I found a new way to get rid of your bushes. That's right, you can buy 2 of them and still be ahead. And then if you've got yourself a tablet, just get yourself the, Sim Dashboard.
Sim dashboard.
And now you're $72, you're half the price. For the Pro Sim Dashboard and 2 joysticks.
Yep.
How's it going,
Manic
Brucey boy?
wants a piece of machinery that plants bushes.
I mean, I'm pretty sure we can figure something out.
Yep.
Somebody will work on that.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I don't think it's going to take out tree strip, but...
No.
No, it's just going to landscape around the tree. It'll lower the ground around the tree.
Yep. And then you'll have a bigger problem.
Yeah, the tree will be floating.
Yep. And that sucks to deal with.
Mm-hmm. But, I mean, this is a pretty fun little way of dealing with the landscaping. How much does it cost to do some of this terrain editing?
Oh, you're right. I mean, you'd be looking at a couple $100,000 at minimum.
Yeah, for this size area going into the ground, and instead it's just going to take me some time playing around with it. So yay.
Right.
Well, that
Such a-
and let's be honest, if you make a mistake, it's not that hard. You've got the undo button. You can just fill it back in.
Exactly. It does work actually really well for doing that too. The only thing is, if you dig a hole, it takes more material to fill the hole back in than it does to dig the hole. I've noticed.
Yeah.
Which, I mean, kind of makes a little sense because when you pack a hole back in, it seems to have, you know.
Right.
But that's the only thing I've really noticed is it takes more material to fill the hole back in. I did not, Brucey. You're not wrong, me, Danny.
You know,
plus
I
equals
just-
Yeah,
one
I
to
said
do, yes.
something about that earlier.
I just thought of something crazy.
What? Oh, that's dangerous.
No,
Just
it's
got-
not. It's not dangerous at all.
We like crazy.
Yes.
I don't know. It's going to require a game save to test. I'm wondering if you took that shovel and ran it across the top of the road with the fill on, if it would fill just to the level, if it would fix the road problem.
Right.
Leveling for your
You
roads?
will-
Yeah.
I would think you would need
Yeah.
the landscape anywhere mod to do that.
No, you don't
This
need it
this
with that.
doesn't
I'm just
matter.
curious, if you drive it along the road with it on level, it should bring it up to the road height or whatever.
You'd probably need a really cheaty bucket full of a ton of material, but yes, you could.
I'm wondering how well it would work though, or if
Hey
it's gonna
Dave,
put it up to the
I've got
top
a
of the road.
bucket for you.
Well, I'm just saying because I could copy the if it does a better job on the roads. I could
Right.
copy the file back into the map after we did a cheaty bucket full of 1 billion,
Mm-hmm.
you know, if it
Mhm.
worked well, because it is pretty precision, you know.
Right.
Yeah,
But
well,
I don't know if you drove down the road, would it fill the gaps underneath it? That is the question, or is it going to mess up the road or
Because
put it
that's
up onto the
it's
top?
literally filling the road up right now.
right. That's one thing I've noticed, and I don't know if
See,
you've noticed it
now
with
I've got a big hole.
VCA
I've got a big
or
hole there
anything.
because it's literally filling in underneath the road.
Right. And if it fills in, even if it's on top of the road, and then you just skim it off the top afterwards,
Right.
it might make the roads a lot easier to do with the bucket in the game.
Yeah.
Well,
And then get it nice and
hey,
filled on.
I don't mind messing around with it real quick. Let's go.
Save the game.
It's one small spot. I don't care. I can always landscape it back out. It takes a lot of material to fill in underneath the road because a lot of the roads
Yeah,
have a
because
big
there's
hole
some of the
under 'em.
roads have holes underneath them. Yep.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. So
Like,
you know.
I've noticed with GPS, the lines will disappear and go under the ground just randomly.
Mm-hmm.
Like going across bridges, yeah, there's nothing underneath it. I completely get that. But as far as other places,
Yeah, I
different
mean, you
story.
can see there's still a big hole underneath here at the moment.
Yeah, but if it's a good way to patch them, because they are tough.
Alright. Let me do raised ground with it. I might have to raise the ground and then flatten. So let's raise first. And then we'll flatten to that. Because it seems to be disappearing and not really pulling up the ground right there, so. It's pretty durable. I'm not having to be rough with it. I mean, it's pretty responsive. I'm barely having to move it. You know, the sensitivity's good on it, so I'm not like slamming it around. And I've got a pretty heavy hand as far as the thing goes. It's got a nice little rest spot to hold your hand on. Actually works pretty good. There we go. We're at that point now, so let's flatten the ground back down, right?
Yeah, see, I bet you that's more accurate than you can do with the...
Oh, that's
Look
way
at-
more accurate than you can do with
Yeah,
the...
that's what I was thinking. Time to patch the roads.
That's the thing, though, doing it that way, that is going to be really time consuming.
Why?
Yeah, why would
To
it be?
fill everything in.
Yeah, you
Not
get
with
a
a
big
billion
bucket,
liters and just F12 it into the bucket.
fill it up, and then drive along the top of them. What's really time consuming, Boom? I've spent 8 hours doing one spline around the one map before.
Yeah.
Sure that
As far as Star Citizen goes, I don't know. Flight games and stuff where you move your body more. I mean,
And it's not every road that needs to be filled
No.
in. There's just certain spots that were really tough to work with that I might be able to go in
it's
game
pretty
and patch.
responsive. And it's got a twist command too. You see it jumping around. Yeah, you'd copy the terrain height in.
And then bring it once I get it all to where I want
look,
it in
look
game.
how smooth. Look how smooth that looks now.
I know it exactly. That was tough to do before.
Especially where you can't really see it as good in the editor, you know?
Be able to patch up some roads. Not that there's a lot left, but it does do a better job. Especially where the roads have little lumps on the side to try to keep. Yeah,
Yeah, I mean, it works pretty decent.
Thing is, I'm going to have to wait. Can you fill that bucket with stone with the F12 menu?
I'd be able to.
Should be able to.
So I don't have to dig the ground, because we don't want to dig up other places on the map while I'm doing it.
Yes.
So I gotta. So I can keep you doing that and dumping it in.
Yeah.
Just get a bigger bucket.
Yep. Million something liters, no weight to it, and just keep filling it up. Because I mean, honestly, it doesn't do much to the bucket other than give it the ability to do the landscaping.
Right.
Beyond that, it's a regular bucket. You can, Thorvinus. You can go from flattening ground to smoothing the ground and making a nice slope to it. Let's go.
Can we make a big ramp with it and jump stuff off of it?
With a little bit of time, you could
Probably. It's pretty fine-tuned. You know, if you want to go to smoothing, that's going to do a nice smooth slope.
I'm telling you, when I was using it in the game, it was easier than using the paint tools to get what you wanted, to get the result you want. Which is saying a lot, because it is easy to, you know?
I mean, check out that. For a couple of passes, it's doing a pretty decent job for smoothing out the hill. And then if you mess up, it's pretty easy to just, you know, alright, let's go back and cut it out. And I mean, this is Billy's mining bucket, but it's based off the in-game bucket, and it works. I mean, there's still a little tiny bit of a gap right there, but it filled this up just fine. So you just fill it up till it reaches the top, and then go off and smooth when you're done. Not a problem, kidding, man. Like I said, I'm glad I found it. For 30 bucks, it works good. I'm all about, let me try something on the cheap and see if I really like it before I invest a ton of money into something, you know? Last thing I want to do is invest $100 into a camera and go, geez, this is garbage. Or, you know, 150 bucks into a joystick and it breaks, or I don't like the ability to use the joystick, and then it's a $150 desk ornament. Yeah, I figured, what the heck, for 30 bucks, if I didn't like the joystick, I wasn't out a ton of money. You know? Well, that's why, like, I tried, literally, when I tried out the camera thing for the first time, it was an app on my phone for $6. Camera worked out. I invested a little money into a better camera. I mean, this one's got the little light on it if I want to. You guys in here?
That camera worked great until he was streaming and his phone rang.
Well, exactly. That was the big thing. And the funny thing is, I've got a spare phone up here. I could probably take this phone, set it up, and just use this. Well, I mean, I've got a phone with a camera right here. It's a spare deactivated phone. As long as it connects to my computer, I could probably still put the app on that and use it if I want to.
Probably could.
Take the auto load function from my pallet online. It's not quite that simple, Viking streaming, because it doesn't recognize the log with that function.
I have an old deactivated phone that still gets a GPS signal. Back
Yeah,
back
I'm-
when.
I
it
think
ultimately
that's different.
it ultimately
Huh?
comes down to what quality camera does the phone have, you know? A lot of the somewhat newer phones have decent cameras in them, so
Yep, they can. It would get GPS signal, and it also you could dial 911 on it.
Yeah, which is why you had GPS. That would be the turbo in the truck, kidding.
yes, it's the turbo in the truck. It also has a
Haven't
Jake
you ever
brake in
heard
the
of a
truck.
turbo?
You can get the refresh contract mods, Big Vito, that you can refresh it on your own, but otherwise they kind of pop in throughout the day. Well, this is a brand
Yep,
new
I've got
truck,
the
so it's got a turbo.
refresh.
Yeah, I've got the refresh one too, and it works really well.
Yeah.
They do when they've been souped up, kidding, man. I had a diesel pickup truck that had a louder turbo than that. Same place you dumped the stone at, Mudslinger.
Crap, where am I gonna put?
I made a mess. Turn off the terraforming mod. Bucket becomes regular bucket. Still a little bit of stone there. See if I can push the truck over. There we go. Turn terraforming back on and away we go. I actually got to check to see my... I think I'm pretty close yet. I'll fill up on stone this next trip in.
I really need to stop this craziness.
Thank you for that host of one there, Fuzzy Chicken. I gotta say, I am liking this mod. Looking forward to what the future brings with it, that's for sure. Mange2, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the channel. How you doing today? And I mean, you can certainly, yes, you can cheat with it if it's got all of those different fill types for the galena and the bauxite and whatever. But you can also use it as a roleplay thing if you're, you know, alright, I'm in the bauxite mine, I can set it so I'm picking up bauxite, painting bauxite, and then dig the ground out in the bauxite mine if I want to.
Right, right.
You know, I mean, and thank you for that host as well there, Viking Streaming.
Mhm.
It's all in the, you know, eye of the beholder, as they say.
Oh, Dave, I don't know if you care, but
Forge Maker takes
you know
bales.
where the covered bridge is, right?
Mm-hmm.
When you are heading from,
That would be a boom question, I think, if you're using his Forge Maker. But if you're
yeah,
talking about
just,
the one from the in-game mod hub, I don't know. I haven't played with it.
if you're coming from from the shop, heading, like up to field 11, once you get just before the covered bridge, there's a sign that, is laying down.
Yeah. Before you get to the covered bridge, so it's one of the giants.
Yeah, it is a Giants thing.
Are you sure it's not laying down because you've hit it prior to?
No, I haven't touched it. It's something with the landscape. They must have landscaped after they put it there or something.
Well, if you're harvesting on a contract last, it's just... yes, because if the product would otherwise, you know, if the product would otherwise... Oh yeah, right there. He's not wrong. If the
Matt, if
product
you're
would
talking
otherwise...
about my forge mixer, yes, it does take bales. Well, there's one further past that as well.
There's more than one on there for sure in this map. I noticed that they have a
Yeah.
lot of them falling down.
Narrow
Matter of fact, I
bridge.
found a place where they put two of them that were falling down, and they were the same exact sign.
I'd never noticed that first one.
Have a good night, Buck, and good morning to you as well there, Rohan and Zippy. But yes, Silas, if you were to go past when that crop would wither, it will cause you to fail the contract. No worries there, Matt.
Yeah, you're fine. I had to do an update for it, because originally I didn't. Mainly because all I did was loose. When it comes to that stuff, I don't do bales typically.
It hasn't cost me a dime, but I've made a pretty good dent in this hillside for sake of putting in my government building. Yeah, I typically do a lot of bales for my mixing TMR.
Yeah, I think I am gonna start stepping away from the bales and going back to loose, until they get that fixed.
Yeah, what fixed?
The bales spawning in the shop.
I haven't had any issues with it in a while now.
There's got to be something causing it for certain people. I don't know what it is. But some people like myself and TC and me, which don't use a lot of mods and
I've actually just
not,
taken out a bunch of mods from my game.
I've never had the issue.
How many mods do you have in your save, Dave?
Oh, I've got it. Any mods I have are either for the map or they're giants, probably for the mod. And there's a couple, just a couple like a plow here. What do I have?
Oh yeah, I mean you've got your couple of mining vehicles
Yeah,
and stuff.
yeah. So total with, oh, that's hard to say because I got a lot of them opened up. That probably around 70 maybe.
Yeah, so right about in the same boat.
Oh,
I think I'm at like
less than
74.
Well, you guys, yeah.
But that
A lot
includes
of them
all
right now are the
factories I
map
made.
mods too. Yeah.
Yeah,
Right.
I may have 10 that aren't the map mod.
Yeah, I actually I went through and I took out a bunch of them. You know, I got a couple of the Billy ones, the class, you know, the Brucks and stuff like that. And then, I mean, these are the only vehicles I've got. That's part of the map pack. Um, and then other than that, it's all factory stuff from the map. Really.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out why it's
How's it
happening
going, Henry?
some and not others, because I have made so far 1,123 bales and not one has ended up in my vehicle shop.
On Wolf Creek, I have made... It's only shown 152, but I know I've done a bunch of bales that are from contract missions and stuff like that.
Those should still count.
They don't count if they're on a contract.
Not toward your bales.
Not towards your bales, yeah. There we go. Full, I guess the rest is gonna go into the,
Hey, Henry.
How's it going, Henry?
Hey, Henry, how you doing?
I'll probably put
I
the
think
rest of the
there's a
stuff
mod.
into the,
I think there's a
train
What's
mod
up,
out
Henry?
there that's causing it. Or something else. I don't know. Something's got to be causing it for it to not happen
Yeah, I don't
at
think
all.
I have any modded balers left. I got rid of all
No,
those.
I'm
Because
not
I used the
using
Chrome
modded
Big Pack.
And I'm not using a modded baler, I'm using a base game Massey. Small Massey.
But do you have modded balers installed?
No.
You're still getting bales. Did you know that somebody said, here, I saw you last night giving yourself the bales back?
Uh-huh.
Huh? You know?
Yeah.
I know
From
Big
what-
Daddy ended up with a ton of bales in
From
his
what
game.
somebody said,
And
you're
he
getting
was buying them from the
duplicate.
shop.
You're getting duplicates of your bales
Not
Um,
from... Not
when that happened.
from... No, not from that.
It's happening on console as well, Chicken said, and I was not getting... I was getting bales without the roll-in pack. Fuzzy.
But yeah, it's
Willow's
not
saying he's
that,
never done any
because
bales, he hasn't bought any, and he's got some in his store.
You've
Well,
never
that's
done
interesting.
bales, and you've got some in your store.
That is interesting.
That's a weird thing.
Yeah, it's not because I purchased them, because I purchased them to get them out of the shop. It seems to be some of the, like when you're bailing is when it happens. Like you're getting duplicates at that point.
Right, when you're bailing.
Well, Willow just said they've got stores, and he's got stores in their shop, and never bought any, never bailed any.
Huh.
So if
Yeah,
you've
that
never
is
bought
weird.
any or bailed any, how do you get them in your store?
Now you're talking on a single player game, right?
I'm guessing so. Kiram
Weird.
said, yep. He said, yep.
Yeah.
I'm assuming it's a he. Could be a she. I apologize if I'm wrong.
Well, I
but
would just.
Kiram said, just went to buy a tractor and has a store full of them. Single player for them. Wonder if certain pieces of equipment are spawning them in without when you go to buy them.
Right.
What piece of equipment were you just trying to buy, Kiram? Welcome back, surfing. Oh no, they're not bales you can get to, Henry. They're stuck underneath the map.
I mean, you can get to them, but you gotta do some XML finagling.
Well, yeah, you've got to bring them all back to the surface. Kieran went to buy a Landini.
Ain't that a tractor?
Yes. No bales in my
It's a
shop.
jab tractor.
Oh.
No, in this case, it's the Landini 7 that they just put out, the medium-sized one.
Oh. Mod.
No, it's when I say they put it out, it was part of that free content update.
Oh, okay.
That's the one we were all racing in.
Yeah.
Yep.
No,
Oh,
I
the
don't have
race
any
you
bales in
cheated
mine. Yeah,
I didn't see any referees.
Mm-hmm.
Jab got himself a rolling start. It was from a standing start, Jab, not a rolling start.
Right.
With the last patch, Henry, they gave us like
yeah,
15.
with that big patch, they gave us 16 pieces of equipment.
Mm-hmm.
For free because they love us.
Mm-hmm.
And it won't be the only thing that they give away for us for free.
Yeah, I mean, they did say free content update 1, which means you can...
Well,
you
precision
can
farming
bet.
is coming. That's going to be a free
Yeah.
update.
But if they've given us free content update number 1, the fact they numbered it says there would be at least more than one. Otherwise, why number it? Why not just call it free content update, you know?
I'm waiting for free patch update 2 or 3.
3.
I'm so happy I found more cabless tractors.
I'm so happy Fumman's pointed out this mod because I'm loving it. How's it going, KW? How's Henry this morning?
Hey, what's up, Henry?
Save myself a ton of money and I get to play around with a bucket loader. I have to buy a mine. Finally get to break in my joystick properly. I can understand your apprehension there, Surfing, because this doesn't really follow the rules of what is owned, so somebody could literally go really mess up your landscape if they came on to troll you. Set a bucket to dig and just start poking holes everywhere.
Mm-hmm.
See, this is why I'll never have something like that on multiplayer.
Yeah, I mean, if you don't own the land and you can still do this, that could really, really cause an issue.
I would expect they would do something about that.
It's working in multiplayer, but they even said that it's one of those things you can landscape without owning the land, so in multiplayer you gotta be kinda cautious of it. If you're not on to moderate the server and somebody starts messing around, they could screw up a server landscape in a hurry.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, it's easy to do too. If you accidentally hit the button to activate it and you've got it set to dig mode, you'll dig a hole. I did it.
I've done it.
Oh, if you've got closed captions on, don't believe a thing it says. It lies.
Swords up.
You aren't wrong, Bum. Ugh. Stupid electrical box on that corner. Really?
The pole and the hydrant. That's skill.
Yep. There you go. I like playing with a cowboy surfing. I actually like having the vehicle weight turned on. All right, there, kidding. We will catch you in the next one. Thanks for coming and hanging out. Have yourself some rest and catch you in the next one. You've not played. You went almost a whole week. Wow. Well, it's good to take a break from things. Don't
You
get
know, I'm
yourself burned
surprised
out.
about.
What's that?
They got those billboards all over the place for fizzy spread, but there's no fizzy spreads you can make.
Yeah, because it takes a lot of materials that they probably don't have built into the game.
Hmm.
Pardon me.
All right, folks, time for me to retire.
Have a good one.
Y'all
Have
have
a
a
good
good
night.
night. We'll
You
see
too, Dave.
ya in the morning. Or
You-
See you, Dave.
good night.
I forget how much the trailer's cheat in this. Grand Spork 1, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the channel. How are you doing this fine Wednesday morning? Had to think about that one for a second. Make sure there's plenty of room for that thing to keep producing. About 4.5 hours till you go to school. Nice. Oh, and you have no sleep. Not so nice. Been there.
right, guys, I gotta head out. Y'all have a good one.
You too,
Yeah,
Jeb.
have a good one.
Till the 17th. Nice there, Brucey. Production. Alright, if I stick to there, I gotta bring that a little bit. I'll go back about that far. Which has me right to... I'll go right to that ridge line. About there. So the front edge of the building will be where that is, so I'll have to extend the leveled area a little bit forward. But if I go right there, I'll extend the leveled area forward eventually after the fact. Right there should give me room to be able to drive around the building if I want to. Especially later on, but that'll work. I'll do one of those numbers and have the entrance kind of do one of those. Not too shabby. So I'm far enough that way. I'll stick that line as my edge and go back. I'll go just a bucket width over this edge. That makes for a good little spot for my building. So I want to go a bucket width over this edge over here. Maybe half a bucket width over the edge. No, I'll go a bucket width over the edge this way. I don't mind pulling the building this way if I have to. And I'm gonna go to this level here. I'll go a little bit further. Alright there, Viking Streaming. Get some work done. Have a good day, I hope. And we'll catch you in the next stream. Thanks for coming and hanging out. I do appreciate it. it's so cool if you have a high spot or a low spot in a field, you fill it in like a real farmer. Yep. Same with the ditches too. If you want to fill the ditches in, it gives you the option to fill the ditches in and stuff like that. If you want to make pathways across them, if you want to like dig ditches, you can. Nice there, Streb. It's a pretty decent joystick for, especially for the price. Like I said, I'm not overly rough with mine, but it feels good, you know? It doesn't feel cheap or anything like that. Logitech's been making the thing for a long time, so you'd think if they had a lot of issues with it, they'd have either updated it or stopped making it.
Right.
Be nice if they updated it to a point where it would use the current G-Hub software, but
Yeah, that would be convenient.
Dave did indeed go to bed there, Brucey.
Yep. I am honestly not too far behind.
Was there something you needed, Brucey? Ah, okay. Just double checking. Go to bed, Bomi says.
I'm getting there.
Oh, like they used to have the Farm Sim bundle or whatever? They used to have a farming, Saytech used to have the farming bundle, and then they got bought out by Logitech, so. There you go, Mudslinger. Just make sure it doesn't have a bunch of, you know, errors in it. What, Peterbilt is it? And where'd you find it? I've just tried to 2 plus lower from FS Miner. I wish there was a way you could send them to you. You said they're from FS Miner? Was that a pack you got or something, Mudslinger?
I know they released their map within the past couple days, or maybe it was today. I'm not 100%.
I saw there was a construction something or another with a bunch of things come out, but I don't know if that was FS Miner or somebody else.
Yeah, it was their construction economy map.
Yeah, and then they had a
Vehicle packs.
I don't know if it was a vehicle pack I saw with it, but I think it was like a building. It might have been a vehicle pack. There was like a grader and a few other things that, like not a grader, but one of the
Right.
road mulchers. Let's go take a look and see. Bunch of Roadrunners and Toyotas and stuff like that come out. Locking steering axle, 3-car garage.
I seen that and I wanted to test it and see what it was, but yeah, that mod looks pretty good.
MCE mod pack. It's got a couple of Volvos, some concrete stuff.
Yeah.
Was it from that pack that you got it? Or from this website?
Excuse me, sorry.
Ah, Peterbilt 379, version 2. Oh, you sent it to me in a whisper. Gotcha. There it is. What did Slow Swede send me? Oh, dig anywhere on any map. Farm some guy. Okay. I'll check that out at some point. And Mudslinger had sent me... Show more. Oh, there's the mining loader. Alright, I'll grab that at some point. Let you find the dump truck. I'm wondering about this one here. Beta version 2. Voice way. Rock expendables for permission. This one's the one you've got? It looks pretty sweet. We'll download that quick. I want a construction-y type thing, so... Holy jeez, that's a big file. See, I'd like a nice construction-type trailer, too. We're gonna grab a couple of mods here quick, folks. Oh, that's just LS22. The mother bins. I don't want a mother bin. Ah, see, like a trailer like that would be what I'd really be after. Yeah, they look interesting. Not seeing any good, like, mining type trailers. But you know, whatever. Ah, see, like this one here, this East End dump. Something like that. We'll see. don't you... Oh. It's in the front one. That's why. Did you send me... Whispers Mudslinger, there's the matching dump truck. Those are the FS19 versions. Oh, that dump truck's the 19 version, but I'll look for it later. Thank you there, Mudslinger. I appreciate that. Oops. Destroying crop. I was gonna say that was the 19 version, but no worries. This here is the Fumman's Western Star, but I made some custom edits to it. He's supposed to be doing some work to the model to take care of one of the warnings, and then when he releases the next version, it will have these Trelleborg tires as an option for people. Appreciate it there, Mudslinger. I do appreciate it. We're going to save this up quick because I want to go get that Peterbilt dump truck. That thing looks pretty cool.
See how many airs it has?
Thank you there for that, Kiram. You have yourself a good night. We'll catch you. I'll still be on till about 8 o'clock Eastern. But I will be back again later this week, so I will at least hopefully catch you in the next one. And thank you for coming and hanging out. You have yourself a good night there, Kiram. Yeah, we'll see if it's good errors. Who knows? It may not. Only way to check is to try, right? Wolf Creek. And downloads. I want this. We will put those in there. That. Delete those. Actually, no. Oh, too late. Too late. Alright, Peterbilt dump. Let me just double check this thing here. I don't want one with like a 10 million. Thank you there, John Seeker. 10 million capacity or something crazy, you know?
Yeah, you do.
No, I do not. A lot of different motor options. Okay. Holy cow, this is a big file. Somewhere in here is going to be fill nodes. There we go, fill volumes. Cylinder, fill volume, configurations, heap angles. 70,000, but no update mass. I like that. 100,000, no update. Oh, there's the update mass equals false. Gonna get rid of that. Gonna get rid of that. 150,000. 200,000. Yeah, those ones there are gonna... Wow. Million liters. I'll leave them in so I don't mess up the actual file, but you know what? I'm not going to use them. And more importantly, up here at the top, where is the... Should be right in here. That's center of mass and all that stuff. Where's the max mass? Pace setter XML. Components max mass. F. How's it going, Mr. Potato Pringle? How are ya? That's too many to look at, so max. There is no max mass on this thing. Not liking that it doesn't have a max mass on it. Get back down to where those fill units are. 70,000 fill unit capacity. Diesels. All that stuff. Huh. That's all of that good stuff. Doing good? That's good to hear there, Mr. Potato Pringle. I am doing fantastic. I'll get back to you on that one there, Matt K. Volvo.
I really need to quit messing with flipping contracts and start taking care of my own fields.
Yeah.
But I'm trying to get everything running. The issue I'm going to run into is I have a sugar beet contract and a potato contract running at the same time.
Oh, lovely.
Mm-hmm. Sugar beet's on 31.
Where in the
Which is a
heck
pretty
do you
big field.
download this from? Oh, there it is. There's the download button. Looking for a download button. Like, where's the download button?
I hate getting them from some of them sites.
Yeah, it's like, where's the download link, please? Thank you.
Mm-hmm. And then they put them in some random places, makes you question some legitimacy.
Yeah, like, let me just download the file, please.
Mm-hmm. I didn't harvest this field of potatoes. I've noticed some of these fields you don't get harvest contracts on.
Which ones?
You'll get, 39. You'll get contracts to plant and do other stuff, but not often or ever. Yeah, it doesn't. Every once in a while, I'll get a harvest contract on there, but it's not very often.
That's weird. I usually don't have an issue with them.
I think something's up with my save game, to be completely honest.
Could be.
Because I haven't had a baling contract since year one. I've only did all the grass fields
I think
once.
that's a base issue with Elm Creek, I noticed. what was I like? It doesn't seem like the fields are regrowing for the grass.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's a base Elm Creek, which of course then carried into Dave's map that it's not redoing it. It could be a Giants bug too.
Right.
You know, like an actual Giants issue that's just carrying over. So this doesn't actually have the max. This doesn't have it either. I wonder if it's because it's been converted and doesn't actually have the... I'll have to keep my eyes open and add that in at some point. But knowing how much that is set to, I want to go in and change this quick Mac version. Been having lack of contracts and Uncharted on your server. FS22 minor Peterbilt. Fill volumes. Okay. Fill unit, we're going to call this one 40, 40. We'll call this one
Vice, yeah.
50.
It's just really strange, that's all.
That'll be 50,000. This one will be 60K. That'll be 60. Get rid of that. This one will be 65K, not 650, 65. 65. No update mass equals false. This right
There's
here.
the tree.
Did I make a error? Oh, yep, I did. Thank you for that. Good catch there, Mr. Mark. I want this to be proof that I am de-cheatifying a mod.
For now.
Not changing the fill levels. I'm just dropping the fill capacities on them. Eight. 80. Holy cow, these go for a ways. Fill unit none for rocks or wood? What does that mean? I have no idea. That one can go. That one can go. That one can go. Get rid of the 800, the 700, the 600. Alright, we're gonna go. This one's gonna be 85. 85. This one will be 90. That one's going to be 100, and that'll be the last one right there. 100.
Oh crap, I just thought about... Hopefully I can get this cotton harvester over this bridge. I just thought about that.
90. Alright, I've done that a couple times with just players wanted to have it hold 2 million.
Whew.
They're going to pay an extra 900 grand for it. Yeah, I mean...
We made it.
We're going to put that to 5,000. Doesn't need to empty as fast as it was. Why is the... That's excessive right there. So maybe this will be 7. This will be 3. That'll be 500. I'm guessing this is different emptying from the tailgate rates. covers and all that stuff. All right, we're gonna take that. We're gonna save it. Yes. Okay. File's being used by another person. What do you mean it's being used by another person?
Back. I've been having that freaking issue today, and let me tell you, you want to talk about frustrating and aggravating. Everything, absolutely everything is closed, and yet it's still saying something's using it.
No, in my case, what happened was I just I had it open in two different 7-zip windows. So I've got to do this again, but it's no big deal. Only takes a minute. 55. This one's going to be 60. 60.
Around with one headland.
Yep. Oops is right. It happens. Nope, not 76. 75. Eight. 8. This is going to be 85. 85. We're going to cap at 90 this time. I'm not going to 100K. $90. All right. Place on Discord where you can go live or a channel. You might be able to get into some of the farm sim like farm sim talk channels, Mudslinger, but I don't know what you're set to for your access. That would be a boom question.
They're
There we go.
not particularly, but I mean, you can go live in any of the farm sim channels.
Updated 12 hours ago. When was VCA last updated? 14 hours ago. They're on build 32. That's fine. I'm okay with that. Career over here. To make sure. There's the Peterbilt dump. There's the Volvo. Let's open this up quick. Scroll up through to see if there's any. Yep, that's the unzipped 49X. I know that's there. So far, no errors from the new mods. Let's hit start and see what happens. Ooh, there was yellow in there. Scroll up and see what that was in a second. We saw one yellow. I wonder if that's the Giants one. Ooh, a couple of errors there. What were those? Alright, let's see what those errors were. Alright, okay, that's the 49X. See, this is the thing that Fummins is working on a little bit. He's trying to shrink this i3D so that it doesn't give this error here for the shapefile. That's one of the things he's been working on. He hasn't updated it yet for that. Volvo DDS raw format MIPMAC activated for. Okay, there's a warning on the Volvo for the DDS raw format. There's the cut foliage performance issue. We know that. The Volvo apparently has an issue. Ford is an unknown brand license instead. Yep. That's for the F350. Not that I'll probably use it anytime soon. So far, so good. Wait, it's only 8. That's getting changed. Stockpiling bed. Half round box. Snow box. Those decent looking bed options. 379, 389. Nice, I like that. Those 389 headlights are nice. Custom white, pink, orange, purple, nice. Ooh, the dark blue looks nice. Red. Tag axles and cab, custom paints. Those tires look a little weird in there. 359 headlights look better. What, this double style one like that? Don't like that bumper. That bumper's pretty cool looking though. Visors. Oh. Kinda like that one. Yeah, I know. I'm just kind of looking through some of the headlight options. I know the 359 of the double rounds. No change for the... Yeah, I'm gonna have to definitely... So far, no errors from it, though. 12,000 horsepower? That's getting adjusted. Yeah, I'll have to do a bunch of adjusting to this thing before I get around to it, but... Plum Crazy Purple? Yeah, exactly. 12,000 horsepower, excuse me? That's a little much. Yeah, to be able to buy that truck for 14 grand, that's got to get changed. That base price should be 80,000. And I'm gonna adjust a bunch of these prices before I do anything with it. Yeah, this is the one Dave's been using. No options to it. No errors to it, though. It's not bad, though. It's not too shabby. I'll be back for those. I want to go try out one of the other weight or volume options on this bucket. Yeah, I'm driving. You're gonna sit behind me or that red car. Ha. Yeah, adding that purple in would probably be a nice look to it, but I don't know. I might go with a blue or something. But $14,000 for a dump truck like that? I don't think so. A dump truck would be more like 140 grand. By the time you kit them out like that. Alright there, Pompies. Thank you for coming and hanging out. You have yourself a good one. Get some rest there, Pompies. I do appreciate you coming and hanging out with us. You're getting pretty good at timing that there, Vito. Yeah, that 12,000 horsepower max speed, that's got to be turned down some. Exactly, KW. For a truck nowadays, especially a truck like that, all kitted out and everything, you'd be dropping 140, 180 grand on a truck like that with all those options. 14 grand, that's... no, I can't pay that little. It doesn't feel right. At all. Yeah, I mean, by the time you fully deck that thing out... Now, what I would really like to do, and I didn't notice if it's got it or not, if it's got a bumper, like a pintle hook. Because a dump truck like that with a pintle hook would be sweet. Then get a nice pintle hook trailer, construction trailer, like a triple axle, so you could put your excavator or bucket loader on the back of it. Yep. It's got a hitch there, but that's not a pintle hook. Yeah. Well, what I'll do is, because it does give the second option in there, is I will tune that way down from 12K horsepower to like maybe 650, and you'll pay a pretty penny for it, but not nothing. We're gonna customize this. We'll bump that to the 6K. Customize, yes. You'll be fine right there. Oh, I don't disagree at all, Catalan. At all. I think it's Z. Yeah, Z key, Z. Alright, let's pop a save here. We're gonna... Oh, don't worry about it, Vito. I'm gonna go fix that Pete 389. Because I do like the way that looks. That does look fantastic. And I want a landscaping trailer. At some point, I will have Fummins help me take a pintle hook. Ooh. Ooh. Wolf Creek. Where was that Pete 389? Okay, Pete 379 dump version 2. I'm gonna pull a copy to the desktop. We're gonna unzip this puppy. I've got an idea. That becomes my backup right there. This is gonna go into my back to my downloads folder as backup. Peterbilt. We're gonna open up this here. Loving the Starbase with. I appreciate that there, Limited Void. Wow. Is that chassis? Those are the mud flaps, transform groups. Not part of the frame. Let me slow down my nav speed here so it makes life a little easier to me. Those are the tag axles, transform group, transform, transform, transform. Not part of the chassis. Right there in this attacher joints, trailer attacher joint. We don't want that. Parts, hitch. Control Z. Okay. Let's go back over to Wolf Creek. We're going to open up the 49X real quick. No, I don't want the pintle hitch right there. We are going to File, Export Selection with Files. We're going to go to my desktop, call it pintle, save. Yes, yes. Now we can go there. That hitch, we're going to hide this hitch right where it sits. We're going to go File, Import. Where is that pintle? Alright, we're going to go Control X, Control V. We will put the visibility back on that. This has to go to 0, 0, 0. Alright, now we'll go back to this hitch. I'm sorry, I'm getting finicky, folks. I like this pintle hook look a lot better. Pintle hitch. Right there, we need the attacher joint. Move to right there. This pintle hitch needs to have the... Where did you go? I keep selecting the wrong thing. This here, we're going to edit, freeze transformation, translation, apply. That'll put it back to 0. We're going to close that file, save. Close that. Let's open up this here. Edit with Notepad++. Alright, let's get down base price. We're gonna go 80K base price. At least. This says 550, so we're gonna have to change the base horsepower on it. So we'll get to that. Let's get back down to the dump sections, because we wanted to make those cost us a little extra money. Fill unit, right in here, 40,000 liters. The capacities, we're going to need to look at Wolf Creek. Let's go to the Wilson Pace Setter. Open the archive on the Pace Setter. Fill volume. Okay, we're just adding price equals this. Control C, close U, close U. 40K. Control V. We're going to pay 5 grand for that. We'll pay 10 grand for that one. 15. 20. 25. 30. Sounds about right, you know. 35. Alright there, Pastor Taco. I appreciate the lurk. You have yourself a good one, and hopefully work goes well for you. There we go. There's that. So let's save that section. Now we need to find the motor configurations. There we go. This was supposed to be 550 according to the thing. Price, the... Oh, see, a bunch of these didn't come in. Because it went straight from the 400 to the 12 grand, so why didn't some of these load in? That max forward speed's a little high, too. Read the list of contracts via script. I don't know on that one, to be honest with you, vice versa. I haven't messed around too much with the contracts themselves. What are you trying to get out of it? Because it jumped motor configuration, didn't it? It went from this configuration straight down into the max speed. I don't remember seeing these ones in there. On-screen display instead of always... I think there used to be a mod that would do that in 19, vice versa. But I don't remember at all if there was or not. We will control X this. Wolf Creek. Place the file. 49X quick. I want to go control F. Attach. Attacher joint. No hitch. Trailer hitch. Attacher joint position truck. Combo duration 2. Joint type semi-trailer. Hitch visibility 2. Joint type trailer. Trailer low. Just want to make sure I'm... I... Only in my stream, if specifically asked, Nubionics, as long as I've got everything working right without errors, I won't re-upload it without permission from the original modder. I'm not going to stick it on the SGA website or anything like that, just because I wouldn't feel right. I didn't do the work. Obviously, all credit goes to him. I'm just changing that attacher joint out for my own personal look. Lua docs are almost never fully released. Joint type trailer, trailer low. Okay, so it does. I don't have to do anything with those. Let's jump into Farming Simulator and see what was going on with the... That was weird. With those trailer attacher things. Or not the trailer attacher things, the... motor configurations. And I think that might actually be a new mod. I'm gonna have to go and double check to see if it's even activated. I didn't even do that. Let's try that again, shall we? My luck, I was gonna end up getting into the game and it wasn't gonna be loaded as a mod.
I know the feeling.
Well, you know how... Okay, it is. You know how that is. You unzip it, redo it, rezip it, and put it in, and it suddenly counts it as a new mod, so it doesn't activate it. Bunch of videos on a partial list of extended book classes for 19. Yeah, I mean, you can probably find something in 19 that works similar to what you're looking for, vice versa, and maybe pull it into 22, but they might have changed a lot too with 22 as to what it's calling for and where it's referencing. Alright, let's see. We go in here. We go down to the engine setup. Okay, they are all there, just not... Alright. Move that on. Let's pick the color first. Midnight blue, that come out black. Iconic blue isn't too bad. Ooh, that's nice. Design color. Yeah, I kind of like that. When you get a chance in time, could you open your Terra Farm settings? Because you tried mine and made a huge hole when you were just trying to level it out. It might be the actual tag axles on. Rebel Trucker 666, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the channel. No other errors there. That's actually good. When you go in here, you got to make sure. Initially, it's set to lower ground, so you've got to hit X to the it says flatten ground, and B will change what happens when you discharge. So make sure you've got your mode set properly. Other than that, it's just I haven't touched any of these settings in here other than fill type and the paint layers. What bucket are you using, Vito? Because like I said, I've done nothing with any of those. Let me please get enough money from my... There we go. Same one I am. What map are you on? Because it just seems strange that that's happening because I've done nothing to that. As far as you're on Uncharted. That is weird. But you don't own the land. It was off in a corner to test. You might have to play around with it and double check. Like I said, maybe even go in and like cycle through the modes to make sure you're truly on flatten. It just might take some testing. Now I need one last thing. I need a construction trailer that will go with that peat. Nothing there. Construction economy. Construction site pack. That's actually kind of cool. Alright, we need... See if we can find a decent flat deck trailer. Grass is white. How do you fix it so it's green again? Did you update the map recently and it turned white? As a random dump? Yeah, I'm looking for a flat deck construction, like a flat lowboy that would go on a pintle hook. But I don't know, something like this but bigger. Like a triaxle. Then there may not be anything converted yet, too. Who knows? Flatbed trailer. But it just turned white today. You updated a couple days ago. That's strange that it would just randomly do it now. Yeah, that's what I'm looking for, Vito. A pintle hook lowboy for hauling equipment on. You're on winter, but it hasn't snowed. And all of your grass turned white. The only thing I can think of would be to replace the... What is it? The terrain... Start a new save. Oh, tired. On that map, and you need to copy in the terrain LOD type cache file. FS Miner is live now, working on cat trucks for mining and a land leveler. Awesome. I'll have to check him out at some point. Is he on Twitch or is he on... Yes, copy it into your current save. Start a new save, take that file, copy it into your current save. Is he on YouTube or is he on Twitch there? YouTube?
Sorry.
Not a problem. FS Miner. Yeah. And Care Engineering. I have to check him out later. Will that mess up the landscaping you just did? No. All it does, it will mess up the painting you've done, but it won't mess up any of your actual landscaping. You got a gooseneck or a fifth wheel, no pintle. That's the problem I'm in. I don't have any pintle hooks either. I've got some 19 ones, but nothing that's been converted to 22 for sure. There were some nice 19 ones though. It's the terrain LOD type cache. I should double check to make sure that pintle actually looks properly on the back of the truck. It depends on how white he's talking is the problem. You know what? Let's check the downloadable content. What's in the lowboy? Low loaders, no. Trailers. There's the random dump. I mean, I suppose for the time being, there is this one here that I could use. I just hate those things. Yeah, that's, thank you for... That could be a possibility too. Did you mow the grass before you updated? I mean, yeah, worst case scenario, I use this one here for the time being until I find it. Because it'd be nice to have this without that and have it on a pintle. You know what I mean? I could always use that, but that's really definitely not worth it. I'll have to actually sit back at some point and does that pintle hook work properly? It looks right. It looks right. Half round. Let's go with the new bed. What the heck, why not? I kind of like the way those look. We're gonna go with that dark blue. There we go. Kind of like that straight pipe look. We said bumper 3 looks good. Visor, stock. We're gonna go 60K. Tag axle on. We'll go with the 7700. I went with that color blue. All them chicken lights on there? Yep, the chicken lights, Diesel. Let me guess, you'd like a bumper without the chicken lights, wouldn't you? Go with the standard bumper. It doesn't like chicken. Chicken lights for days. Alright, chicken lights for days. We're gonna go that way. JD changed something to do with grass. If you mowed it, you will have to repaint or start a new... Yeah. 111 grand. I feel a little more comfortable paying 111 grand for that truck than 14 grand. It is still a little low, but it is a lot better than $14,000. Tires are kind of a little floaty, but... And then we need... We'll take this one for now. That is a Jake indeed. That's a pretty good sounding Jake, too. Yeah, I want a nice pintle. I'm gonna have to take some time, I think, maybe, and convert a pintle trailer over or something. Even if I don't post the mod somewhere. I want a wider pintle trailer, for sure. because this thing's kind of tight fit. You just posted a picture in the, you said in the in-game picture channel. Yeah, you're in February. That's just frosty grass. There's nothing wrong with that. That's frosty grass. It'll go away when it warms up. Yeah, she hangs in about 70 though. That's a truck sounds nice actually. It can be vice versa. It very well can be. There's a bigger one in the store already. Are you talking about low loaders there, TK? That are bumper pull like that? Awesome. That is good to hear. When you get done modding truck, can you fix it where you can download it from me? Ooh, this thing does not like 6,000 pounds too much, or 6,000 liters of this too much. Yeah, I'm just gonna test it real quick, make sure. Alright there, Diesel.
Have a good one.
Make sure everything's working right on it, you know? This is off of the this is off the SGA website. Billy made it. It's the Pleasant Valley mining bucket. Woohoo! You get the big cat 994, so you put a 100K bucket on it. I mean, you can. I actually kind of like this right now. Eventually, I might get a slightly bigger bucket or something like that. If I get a bigger wheel loader. Now, don't get me wrong. When I get into the full-on mining up in the mine area, then yeah, I'll have the, you know, the big Volvo off-road dump truck and stuff like that. The big, huge, massive front loader. But it doesn't really make sense to pull those around town. If that makes sense. I gotta say, actually having the terraforming mod makes it a lot easier to dump because you can kind of see where your bucket is because of the points. It actually makes it easier to dump into trucks and stuff. Definitely bought to load my logs. This little one he had was too sensitive at loading logs, yeah. Yeah, I'm sure there will be. How can you get a copy of Wolf Creek? Right now, it is in closed beta only. For testing purposes, it has not yet been released to the public, Wolfman. Stay tuned to SGA streams, though, because it will be released once it's ready. The biggest reason it's still in testing is for the additional fruit types that have been requiring either a lot of file work or new saves every time they're added. Well, we are now officially into day 48. Yeah, that's the biggest thing right now. He could release the map and have everybody playing on it, but every time he added a fruit type, you'd have to start a new game. And Dave does not want to do that to people. Oh, I think I'm gonna have to take another look at something to do with that peat at some point in my free time later on. And see, because there's 3 different dump options in the XML for it, so I'm wondering if one is full dump on the tailgate, one is through a small like grain door, and if the other one's more of a like a tailgating option. Ow, that hurt. You know, like where they would only partially open the tailgate of the thing for spreading material. Thank you for the bless yous. That really hurt. See, now we're having an issue. That's what I wanted to double check. See how it's sinking into the ground? What's happening is the suspension isn't good enough, and it's sinking into the, Yeah, see what's happening right now is the front suspension is too soft, so it's causing it to sink into the ground with the weight of the stone. Because it doesn't have a max mass on the dump truck. So it's actually pitching forward over the center axles. When you extend them, it's trying to lift, and see, now I can't drive because they're not actually on the ground. That's the kind of testing I want to double check. Well, that's just it. There's no line in there for the max weight. You know, for whatever the max weight is, there's no line in there for it. That's what we're going to look at right now, Mudslinger. Let's pull that thing back open. Alright, let's get into the Mac version here. Because normally up here, there's a components max mass that would go in for a trailer. On a truck, I don't know if it's going to use components max mass or vehicle what the header is for it. Let's take a quick look at... Do we have any other... Are there any in-game dump truck type vehicles? No. Or... No, because you've got those, you've got that. Everything else would be a component because it's a trailer. We might have to go digging through some additional files here under trucks. Like this here has a capacity. Let's download this one, see if they've got a max component in here. Let's see, any other dump truck type trucks? You're a dump truck. You're a dump truck. We've already got that one. See, that would have a component on it. That would have a component on it. Yeah, I've already looked in that one, as a matter of fact. Hook lift. KAMAZ. We're just going to download a couple of these quick so I can look through the XMLs. And this Kamaz. The most random things pop up in there for ads. So annoying. The most randomest things. Alright, downloads. Let's check these here, shall we? Alright, Kamaz. Open archive here. Components. Mass. Schematic overlays. No. That was in the Kamaz. Let's look at the Gazon. Base. Components. Components. That's not what I'm actually looking for. There, TK. Sorry for that hydrate there, Dadson. I getcha. So it's not in the gas zone. It's not in that. You see this trailer here? How it says components, max mass? But this is for a trailer. This isn't for a truck. I'm trying to see if there's a vehicle that has this component max mass. An error and a bunch of warnings from Boom's PV warehouse just when you go to the production build menu. Have you updated it? He put out an update earlier today. Okay, this is a gas function tipper, so it's just got components max mass in the function tipper. You're not wrong. So it just has components max mass in the tipper folder. In the tipper section. On that gas. Yeah, just components max mass. Okay. We can do that. I don't need these anymore. Delete. So we're gonna go in here. Oops. Should just be like that. Yeah, double check just to make sure. Already have Wolf Creek open. Let me just double check to make sure I put that in the right spot. Components max mass, yeah. Pretty sure that's in the right spot. Oops. That would have been bad. And this has to be... We'll set that at like 40K to try that out. Wheels. Suspension, travel, spring on the front. We'll set that to like a 35 instead of a 55. We will up the friction scale slightly on those just to help them out with turning. File, save, close, yes, update, thank you. Make sure everything's good there. Let's go back into the game and see what happens. Still there, Boom?
Yeah.
Surfing was saying he was having an error, a bunch of warnings with your warehouse, but he's gonna double check it. That mass is going to relate to I don't know exactly how that's gonna relate as far as stone goes. Ruh-roh.
I just updated it. Not that long ago.
We blew a big error. It's not even loading into the game now. Something I did, it did not like at all.
Oh, you're talking about that. Okay. I was gonna say, no, I fixed that.
Load vehicle can only load existing store items. No store item for XML.
Don't worry about that. It's just because you saved it and you loaded it up, and now that it doesn't exist. Once you save again, it'll go away.
No. Boom.
I've had that
The
happen a
vehicle
couple times.
disappeared and it's no longer in my buy menu. Like it no longer exists in the store at all.
Yeah, I had, but did you purchase it prior to or lease it prior to?
I
And
did,
save
yes,
it
but
so it was still on your map?
it was on my map, yes.
Yeah,
I've
that's
made
what
many
that
edits like
is.
that before and I've never had an issue.
But that's all that is.
No, right here.
Saying that it can't find it.
No, it's right here. There's a mismatched element.
Well, I'm not saying I know what all of them are.
Well, it's just it. It was a different error entirely. It shouldn't have had an issue without. It was something else I did. So, like it's probably where I put this. It didn't like it. Or something I did up here. I screwed something up when I did this.
Right.
So that's what I'm looking at right now. Like what happened that caused that. Let me open my recycle bin. Let me restore those couple of files I was using. So I could double check the one that I was in.
No.
Because it was in the gas that I'd seen the...
Farmer's market. I was expecting it. No. I was expecting that to go to the spinnery. Freaking farmer's market. What kind of crap is that? I gotta look and see how much is there.
Working on your balloon.
Balloon.
I don't know. Oh, Pick is working on their balloon. It's got nothing to do with that, Big Vito. When I added in the components max mass equals 40k, what happened is it was trying to open the components list twice because I put the max mass equals in there with the components. It's not a function of, so I had to delete a line out of the code. That's what it was doing it. Oops. See? There's the truck. It's at 25,000 liters now, maxing out. And if I do, what is it, function GS vehicle reload.
No.
Alright, so 40,000 is still not enough, and that front suspension is still really, really soggy. So let's Alt F4 that. We're gonna open up that Pete 379 again. I'm gonna have to go to about 60 here. That's not the problem, it's the front springs. That's what's happening. It's the physics on the front springs.
Go.
Suspension travels the same across all of them. But if you look, a bunch of these springs are at really low points. I think those are the tag axles. I just don't know what wheel is what without really poking into this, so I'm trying to kind of...
Well, get to poking.
Yeah, it would be. Alright, so now we're up to 37,500. Alright, that's completely up out of the ground right now. If we go F12, fill vehicle. That one with stone. It's in here somewhere. See how much it sags? You have any ideas which file contains slurry quantity you have into the cow barn? You need to give me some extra test slurry dispersing. Got it resolved. You must have downloaded it.
Did you read
Awesome.
that?
What about Surfing Cowboy?
No, K4.
Yeah, well, that's what I was just reading.
Okay. Alright, I'm gonna deny that for obvious reasons, even though we both know that's not what was meant.
Yeah, it was supposed to be AI has big trouble,
Right.
yeah. So yeah, he's gonna deny that, but the back tires come up. Well, yeah, they're coming off the ground because it's resting on the tag axle at the moment. But, do you have the Power Tools mod there, Catalan? Yeah, we know that's what you meant, but Boom's gonna deny
Right.
that term just because of that term quick.
Right. Yeah. Not a problem.
How's it going there, TK?
We've never had an issue with you, so that's why
Yeah. It was
we're
just a
leaving
spelling
it
mistake.
at that.
Yeah, just a spelling mistake. Peterbilt Apache Dem. Where's that one from there? Do you have a link to it, TK? Whisper it to me, please. Good morning, bad lad. Oh, I'm just playing around with a mod.
How you doing, bad lad?
Just did. Alright. Alright, let's take a look at that mod quick. Alright there, KW, you get some rest. We'll catch you later, bud. Thanks for hanging out. Thanks for helping mod the channel.
Have a
Not
good
too
one,
good. The
KW.
whole back's giving you pain this morning due to... I can fully understand that, bad lad. These are the wheel cameras, spring, damper. See, I don't know if spring needs to go higher or lower for that. I'm thinking lower. And then the suspension travel might need to be reduced. See, if I go from 0.2 to like 0.05 or something on these. Because these are the front tires. I'm almost positive of that. Info for slurry is in career. Oh, alright. I was going to say, no, what I was going to say about the suspension, not the suspension, the power tools mod is you can refill your tanker with slurry. Well, I appreciate that, Total Commander. But yeah, as far as where the slurry is, if you need to refill something, you can use F12 to refill the vehicle with slurry. But as far as the rest of it goes, I wasn't 100% sure what you were asking. Suspension travel might fix it, yes. Provided I'm in the right one. Nice, bad lad. Where'd you find the A40, or was it part of a pack, bad lad? That was part of a pack. Was it part of the mining construction economy pack? I thought so. Yeah, I'd seen that. I just haven't downloaded it yet. I'm playing around with a different dump truck. Yeah, that's what I'm hearing, Henry. I think we're supposed to get about a foot Friday. I made a lot of changes to it this morning, Bad Lad. I'm just trying to work on some stuff with it. Now, see, the bigger that number is, Vito, the more travel it has. No, the booster axles are currently up. That's part of what I'm trying to work on right now. Oh, that's actually a good reference point, too. The 49X. What's that thing set to for the tires? Wheels, force points, suspension travel, spring, damper. Spring set really high on them. Maybe I'm going wrong direction with the spring. Let's kick this to 75. Because this is using 65 and 42. Let's go 75 and 40. And then the back wheels on this one are at, see, suspension travels 0.08, so the tires I don't mind sinking a bit. And we get 65 on these. The tag axles are 55. So we're just going to go 65 and 40 on all of these. Alright, like that. Suspension travel, 7. Let's try that. When in doubt, check another mod. And I know that 49X can put some weight on the thing, so maybe that was my problem. Where I was going down on the spring and the damper. Maybe I should have been going up for a stiffer spring. I could have read it wrong and I was going the wrong direction. Master Tom 2726K, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the channel. How are you doing today? It's getting better considering the amount of weight in it. That is good to hear indeed. How's it going? Never back down. Alright, so let's bump the suspensions up more. We're actually making progress. That's good. Bad Lad, it's got 80,000 pounds of stone in it. Yeah, I'm not doing that. I'm trying to keep it as realistic as possible. If I have to, I'm going to take this component max mass. I'll bring it down. It won't hold as much, but I'm trying to keep it realistic. So I like where we're headed. Let's kick this to 60 and 60. We'll kick this up to 95 on the spring strength there. File, save. It's the primary issue is the front tires. If I can get the front tires so they're not sinking so badly, we'll be making a lot of progress, I think. Ah! Yeah, it's getting better. You gotta understand, bad lad, right now I don't have any update mass equals false in this thing, and it's holding 80,000 kilograms of stone. So I'm making adjustments to it. I know. It's actually making progress. We're still kind of sinking into the ground though, so let me take a look at the tires. We're gonna pull up this one here. Compression and stuff on the tires. Let's see, spring damper, suspension travels low, because these would be your front wheels. These are the drop tires. The config dual is the drop tires. Oh no, these are the tags here. It's 55 and 42, 65. Why is the mass 0.99 here and 0.1 back here? See, I gotta look at what nodes are which tires, I think. Just, see, typically these drive nodes, I might have this backwards as far as which ones are the front tires. So let's keep that over here for a minute. Let's open up the other one here. Let's open up the i3D real quick. The grain truck. Alright, 0, 0. Yeah, so drive node 0, 0, 0. So this is the drive node. And then that's the other drive node, 0, 1, 0. That's the other steer tire. 0, 1, we'll do that, yeah. We don't need this anymore. I've confirmed which ones are the drive nodes. '77, initial compression. Let's double check that initial compression against this one here. 2020, 20s. Let's go 20, 20. We'll actually go 0.2 for this. And then we will leave the rest the same for now. Because I've been up for 4.5 hours, bad lad. No longer early for me. Probably, Dadson. You're probably not wrong. You just finished your first coffee? No. No, Boom's not sleeping. He's just being quiet.
Right, not yet. My cat's in heat, so I'm trying to be as quiet as possible. So she makes as little noise as possible. That and I'm getting tired. I was falling asleep and then you asked about surfing. And it woke me up.
The tag axles are helping. The tires are pushed so far into the ground now, it's not even funny. They're not fully touching the floor. It's going to take some tweaking, I think. The nose has to come up a bit. I think the front tire nodes need to go down. I'm going to have to go into the i3D and move the front tire nodes down, I think. Maybe even the back tire nodes just a touch. But I can't. They're lined up where they're supposed to be.
Get down. Get down. Go.
Alright. The 49X. Thank you there, Brunkle. Alright. We've got suspension travel, force point ratio, rest load. This rest load. Let's go Let's lower this.
There we
Alright. Rest load, force point ratio. Force point ratios are high. And this has initial compression spring dampers. I wonder if damper is lower better or higher better. Where's Flamens?
sleeping like a normal person.
Yeah, probably. Probably. Spring damper. Holy cow, is the spring and damper way high on that.
You got a freaking pull behind 2-row potato harvester. And let me tell you, it's a pain in the butt trying to use GPS and crap.
Well, that's what I'm looking at. I've been comparing a lot of these things to the Western Star. Where are the settings on the Western Star? Where are the settings on different things to see how they compare to this, to make changes and update. And it's making progress. It's going in the right direction. Before it was so far into the ground it wasn't even funny. No, Surfing Cowboy, I have not. Other than Billy's.
Looks like you're stuck.
Mm-hmm. It's still sinking too much into the ground, I think. So I am hung up. Just trying to figure out what is working as far as the tires and stuff. What actually seems to be working for helping me get out of the ground, you know?
Mm-hmm.
That's one thing I can check. Where is that Volvo? $5 fill volume equals mass max faults. mass. This mass number is lower here. So far it has been, yes, bad lad. Once I'm done tweaking it. You check that mass number. Because these are using a lower number, so let's check that mass number. Would increasing the tire size change anything? Not really. Not really gonna change anything there, aside from make it not fit in the model. I think I'm in the right direction with the, yeah, it's just gonna change the size of the tires. It's not gonna fix the fact that they're taking on so much weight, but, it is interesting, and I think I might have just stumbled upon what was causing it. Almost all of the weight seems to be in the nose of the truck. So much so that it's tipping over the back tires. So that actually didn't help at all. Well, no, I'm just trying to look at other vehicles and how are they set up, you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
So I'm looking here at the suspension travel and stuff on the big dump truck. How are its tires set up? That's what I'm not sure on. Because this is the front tires, the back tires. Resting load. Friction scales. Dampers and springs. Force point ratio. See, force point ratio, resting load. Let's bump that up. The radius and width and stuff on these things. So these would be your tag axles here. These are the rest of your tires here. Mr. JWB wins the Battle Royale. Another hydrate there. Thank you, Pastor Taco. Good morning there, Stack Hats. How are you this morning? There is a way you can change the center of mass, but I don't know if it works with the truck itself versus the entire thing or not. I think that actually did me some bad work there. Let me go down on those. Those had been 630. And I went up on it, and it seems to have... messed that up. See, what I need to do is get the front tires down a little bit more. Which it might be a matter of going in the i3D and moving the node down. I don't want to do that. But the steering's a lot better. So, we made a little bit of progress. Whoopsie. Wrong button. No, I don't want to open the shapes file. I don't want to open the shapes file. So the radius on these was 630, I want to say. Let me double check. And we'll go back to the downloads page where I have my backup. Radius was 6.3, and the radius in the front was 6. There's 6, 6. See, this is where I wish, like, Fummins was around, because I know Fummins knows a lot of this stuff. The other thing I can try to do is change the center of mass towards the back. To take it off the front tires. How's it going, JPM? Yeah, the center of mass is way too far forward. How's it going, Aragus only? Thank you there, JPM. We're working on trying to do some stuff to it. I think it's, what, the back? Or if there's something in the actual... God, there's so many nodes in this thing.
You love that?
Yeah. thing is actually absolutely massive with the amount of nodes it's got. It's like, that's great, but I want to be able to find certain things without having to go through the whole damn list of them, you know?
Right. Yep.
How do I shift the center of mass towards the back? And what does the force point ratio do? Is it helping me or hurting me? I don't know. Home from work today because of illness. You doing all right? Things are doing pretty decent here. We're just trying to get to the bottom of this. This is the Peterbilt 379 dump version 2. One, it still had some errors in it. And two, the file size is about as big as Uncharted. What errors did you have in it, Fireman?
Holy crap.
What?
About as big as Uncharted.
Yeah, the file size is like 200 meg for that dump truck.
That's ridiculous.
Smoke link error for the air? Interesting. Give it a slight negative Z. Oh, yeah, because that'd pull it towards the back, wouldn't it? Did you have version 2 on it? Version 1 was NLD Farmers. Not familiar. Minus 0.4 on it. As long as I can get the weight off the nose of the truck, it should be fine. Or get those front tires to be beefier. Problem is, it starts partially nose down. I wonder if I drop the... Could do that. We'll see how this starts to affect things and go from there. Yeah, see, the problem is the tires are partially into the ground in the front. Tires are partially in the ground in the front. Initial compression. See, I don't know what this resting load is. I can. actually have to take that version once again, because I've made so many changes to it now. Well, the problem is if you drop the back tires at all, bad lad, it's actually going to cause the back tires to stick up into the bed. So what I need to do is lower the whole front suspension on this thing. And instead you've got a tire. You've got the other front tire. Left front, right front. But what I need to do is move like the whole axle down. That's the chassis frame and stuff. God, this is such a mess in here. Tag axles, transform groups. Nothing's named. Once in game, it'll look correct because the weight of the box will compress the back a bit more. Could create a temporary drag it back bed, and that would give you exactly what you needed Z value. Yeah, I could do that. Traffic collision, width, height, start, exit, I don't care. Camera raycasts. Oh, please don't tell me you're all one piece.
Probably is.
I translate that to minus 0.03. .03, that keeps that in line. Then we go here. Translate this down. Minus the same .03, so 24. Oh, sorry, Y. .03, so 58. File save. Come on. Just pull the window in, please. Stop acting up on me. Alright, what if you drop this tire size in the back now? Looks like it's jacked. Yeah, I'm willing to bet what's happening with that tire size is and now that I've got it open in the editor, we'll find this out pretty easily. I would be willing to bet you, whoops. When we look at these back tires, right rear, for example, I bet you it's that line in the XML where it's the 0.63. Because the back tires aren't even touching the freaking ground. And that's part of the problem. But the weight should not be transferring completely onto the front like this either. See, the back's got suspension travel. The front has no suspension travel at all. I know, I can do that, but I didn't have it open before. See, now I could actually go here. If I wanted to, I could go down to 6. 6. Find that spot in the frame again. Save like that, come in here. See, the problem is the front tire is still sticking into the ground. If the tire wasn't in the ground, it would be solving a lot of these problems. And I'm willing to bet you if I go down to like 610 here. Why are you still not touching the ground? That actually was counterproductive. You're not touching the ground, you're in the ground. What is going on there? Let's go -2. See what happens. Our front tires aren't grabbing the ground at all now. Interesting change.
Crap, I just spelled through the map.
Let's go 8. 8. So we need to drop this by another 3, so that's going to be 5, 3, 6. Well, the front tires are getting further out of the ground, so we're making progress. Well, kind of, but now they won't turn. Alright, quick stretch from Mr. JWB. Alright. Mac Vision. Let's put these back to 630. Because that didn't seem to affect anything. Resting load, let's put this back to 4. 4. Initial compression, 0.02. 0.02. Spring damper friction scale. Alright, so we're going to go 1.5. File, save. In here. Alright, it doesn't solve the fact that the tires are in the ground, but we're making progress. So you're saying in the XML, hold on, I've got like 3 copies of it open. So you're changing this here. You want me to change it this to that. Now why would I be... So you're saying you want it to do... Oh, sorry, on the right front. So 0, 1. 0, 0. There is no node at that point, TKE. The furthest you go in is... You've got an extra 0 in there. See, you could go to this point here, or this point, But you've got too many zeros in there. Let's take this path here. I'm just working on a truck to see if we can't get this running a little bit better. Yeah, there's a little section here, so what are you saying? To use this front piece here? There, and we're going to go over to the left front tire. Control C, Control V. And then what I want to do is I'm going to go this here. We're going to go to 506. 506. We're going to take another 3 off of each. .11. .11. Save. Pop in here. Yeah, where's Fummins and Winston when you need them? But the front looks a lot better. Now if I can just fix the fact that the wheels are in the ground there, and they're out of the ground there. It's looking better. I just gotta figure out why is it in the ground there and out of the ground in the back. Let me change this for a second. File, save, here. Ooh, making progress. I know what I need to change now. 6.5, 6.5. Let's go down to 10, 10, 11, 1. 6.7, 6.7. Maybe this is gonna go to like a 5.8. Go to 7. 7. Wow, now she's really coming up out of the ground. I think I might know what's going on with those back tires, too. Alright, so that is node. Rear tire is node this. Control C. Control V. there's that rear tire. We'll see. Control V. Your mind's not working today? It happens. Alright, what is this 2936 and stuff? Four, 5. This other one's gonna be 2. Yep. Control C. Control V. Alright, so that's those tires there. So let's go to point 67. 67, 67, 67. And then we're gonna have to come way down here for, I'm guessing, the tag axles. Frame is 37, so yep, there is tag 1 and 2. Tag 3 and 4, so 36. Transform, transform. 36002. And we're at 3600. Alright. 36, 36, 1. 35, 35, 1. So what is 23 and 29? Okay, so that's tag there. Why are we duplicating the tag on those? That's what I don't get. We're duplicating tags on it. Morning, champ. How you doing? Irish gamer, how are you? Oh.
Look at all that red. That
Yeah, it's
don't
from the
look healthy.
GS reload, though. The tags are moving a hair too far. Oh, the tires aren't moving with the... Gotcha, gotcha, okay. Tires are not moving with the rims anymore. Alright, so I gotta go in and change those nodes back real quick. Mr. Nobody, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the channel. How are you doing this morning? Is you close or not really? We're making progress. We're making progress. This file, save this. Alright, so now we're there. now our front tires aren't turning like they should be. Let's go back and undo this, file, save, come back here, GS reload. That's just the way I set it up, bad lad. Alright there, John Seeker, you have yourself a good night. Yeah, the tags come down a bit too far on the animation. But I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to take all 4 of those tires and I'm going to shift them down a little bit. Just a little bit. Because they stick up into the, they stick up into the bed. If you notice. So I'm going to move all 4 of these and their suspension down. Like I did with the front. Because they would be a little bit further down. They're now synchronized again. And we need to increase the friction scale on the tires just a tad. Because, let's face it, they don't get squat for traction. For file save. We're making progress there. Now. Whoa, hey. So we know it's the right rear, left rear, left rear. Let's find the suspension parts back first. It's under chassis. No, it's not under that section of the chassis. Right here. Steering base, cab parts, suspension. Let's see if we can't find that section of the suspension chassis. Not there. Frame, no. Alright, we are highlighting in this here. It's not part of that. It's not part of the box. It's not part of that transform group. Alright, it's under the 379. We've got the cab. Alright, it's under the cab. Alright, so it's that sketch up here and here. It's at 619. Let's go to 679. And this one here is 679 as well. So we went down 0.6 on it. Now we need to go to the tires. This right rear. Oops. Whoa. Whoa. Thank you. Yeah. I screwed that up. So we need to go down to 5.5. This one down to 5.5. 5, 5. 5, 5. And let's make sure our sketches were still at the right. 6, 7, 9. Save. There, now it barely lifts. They're not in the box anymore, so we want to move them down just a touch more. This is what tire rotated out. So we'll bump up the friction scale a little bit more. And we want the down probably like another 0.1. Just enough so the tag axles aren't quite touching. Not quite touching. Alright, we're going to bump this back to 75 here. Save on that. Let's go here. We want to go down like another 0.1. Six, 8, 9. And we'll go to 6, 8, 9 there. 6, 8, 9 here. 4, 6. 4, 6. 4. 4. Save. Here. They still touch just a bit. File save there. I hope I'm in the right file with that. Yeah, I am. Alright, and we're gonna go here. Let's go down by another 0.5, so, or 0.005. So 4, 1. 1. 1. 1. So this needs to be 9, 4. 9, 4. Save. I'd say we're making some significant progress there, chat. What do you think? And then, of course, when it's not loaded, those tags aren't even close to touching the ground. Prometheus Riot, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the channel. How are you doing today? She's looking pretty smexy, if you ask me. Tires are just a touch out of the ground, though, in the back there. So let's open it back up. We know which ones are the back. It's these ones here. Let's go 6.5, 6.5, 6.5, 6.5. We've got the front friction scale. Let's bump this to a 5 and a 5. Hello, Pickles. File save. We're going to push this back to 80K now that we've made significant progress on it. We'll file save that too. Close, close. And we're going to go GS vehicle reload. Those tires look like they're pretty well on the ground to me. We've got a little bit sticking in the ground in the back. What do you think? Those tires look like they're on the ground just right? Or should we go a touch more? That's what I thought too. Let's go down to 660. 000. Radius is going to be 705 in the front. Front looks good. A cracked up cup 2. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the channel. How are you doing today? Oh yeah. She's looking pretty good now. Oh, the Michelin emblems got moved on that front tire there. What do you think? You guys like the Michelin emblems, or should I lose them? Handles good so far. That's what I was thinking. Lose the Michelin emblems. That's a little much. As far as doing that goes, but we can lose those Michelin emblems fairly easily. So let's delete the Michelin logos. Somewhere in here is the Michelin logos. There's that one. Me, I'm not a huge fan of them myself, so... put the SGA logo on them. I don't know about that much. There we go. That's all the logos except for the tags. I'll have to go find the tag axles now. Transforms. Heavy steer. Michelin logo. Heavy steer, Michelin logo. There, his Frost. Yeah, no, the logos take a lot of extra effort. We can try to throw a logo on the side of the bed, but the bed's not flat, so it's going to be tough to do. I haven't really messed with logos myself, so... Command not found. It's GS underscore vehicle reload. Sorry, GS vehicle reload, no underscore. And the uppercase and lowercase do matter. Not quite. See, because that's actually a flat box, isn't it? Yeah, that's the problem. Whether the box would be tough, because the box is has different varieties, different versions on it. So that would be tough. Oh, that sound under the bridge is nice. Even with the tag down, it's driving pretty good. One thing I want to check. Normal, spread, fast. Tailgate is supposed to swing. There it goes. Oh yeah, I've been playing around with this thing there some, Chris. Woohoo! Alright, so I think what I'm going to do is I will have to do some tweaking on the tag axles to bring them down a little bit. And stuff like that, but I will be releasing this at some point once I've finally figured out. See, because now the front tires are a little off and the weight is a little off. So let's go back to the front tires. We're going to go down to 7 on these. Suspension travel, initial compression is going to be 20 on those. This is going to go back to a 0. Mass is going to be 10K. We will file, save this, close. I'm going to have to ask permission before I go that far. Now, why are the tires so high up out of the ground there? Alright, 1 second. I gotta go make sure my kids are up and getting ready for school. And I will be right back. Alright. Ba-dum. What's all of that noise? Alright. Front tires, way off the ground now. Let's try... Oh, close that, open this. 67 on that. File, save, close. Why are you no longer on the ground? Yeah, I'm guessing somebody jumped in, yeah. And now, you're not on the ground at all. But before, you were in the ground. Well, let's get her loaded back up. Alright, we need to go Y, X, flatten. I've got a lot of stone coming out of that hill here soon. Oopsie. Okay, good. All of a sudden, like, I hope that's not going on the ground behind it. Let's see, did somebody jump into Discord? Nope. Probably Boomhauer leaving Discord is probably what it was. Well, he probably got auto-kicked from Discord if I had to guess. Whee! Stones are heavy material, folks. The plus side is if it can handle the stone, it'll handle Dave's mining material too. Alright, making progress here, making progress. Took a little bit of time to fix that dump truck, but... we appreciate it there, Alex. And good morning. How are you doing? Alright, truck's full. I've got 38,000 liters of stone in this thing. Now we're back to the front tires being a pain in the butt, though. Eight five file, save, close. Well, I thought we were making progress. Now it seems to be acting up again. It's got an extra camera in here. Tags aren't actually helping me right now. Five. Not 53. 5. Compression, springs, dee. 40, file, save. Ah, what is going on? You were working just fine. Four. 0.2 file save. We're gonna go X Y. No, X is up. The X is front. No, side. Y is up down. Z is front back. Minus 0.2 there. File save. Oh, nice. It's trying. It acts like it wants to go, but... Is there something that's catching the ground? Point. File save. Close. Yeah, the radius is pretty big on that front tire. That is weird. No, that's not what I wanted to do. I think it's just the overall weight. It can't handle it. Because that radius doesn't seem to be shrinking very much. No, it's in. What's happening is it's trying to drive, but it's not recognizing the gearbox until it really starts moving forward. See, what in the heck is going on? It's almost like the brakes are on. Why is there a turn on function? This is so weird. It worked just fine. I made an entire run with it. Now it doesn't want to work at all. Six, 675 file. Save, come back here. Yes and no, Slow Sweet. It's not very easy to do because you've got to scale the axles at that point, so they stick out right. You got to move the tires around and stuff. It's like something is hanging on the ground. Well, that's what I thought I might need. See, because even on the road, it doesn't want to move all of a sudden. It's like suddenly it thinks something is on the ground, and I don't know why it's doing that. Exactly. It was working just fine. I don't know what changed. Let me do that, do that. $2020. Alright, that's making progress. Yep, Michelin doesn't like me removing the logos. Let's go get it emptied. I'll get back and we'll make another run and see what happens. It was working so well, too. This is the, it's a Peterbilt 379 dump truck I've been playing with since, for a while. Trying to get it to work. It was working fairly well. And then it started to act up on me, so we're trying to figure out what's going on. Oh, shut it, car. I did. But I went negative with it. Trying to shift the weight to the back. How's it going there, Big Double D? Alright, let's go. We're in the 60K version. As soon as the weight comes off it, it's fine. So it is a weight issue. Let's get it dumped, we'll get back, and we're gonna have to play around with the maximum allowable weight. File save. Close. I've got to adjust the springs and stuff on the suspension. And adjust the center of gravity some. One second. This is just the mass of the actual vehicle, TK. This is the actual mass of the vehicle. That's all that is. So when the vehicle is empty, that's what that number is. I was trying to increase the mass of the vehicle so that it would actually not tip over as easy. No, see, this is the total allowable mass up here. This is the mass of the vehicle, and if the vehicle's too light, it makes it very tippy when you're trying to drive it. Alright, so the dampers, we're going to drop these into the 40s. These are all the different tag options right here. No worries. Tags don't drive. Damper up front here, we're going to go 60s. Suspension travels. Yeah, that's fine. We use rest loads in the 1 number, so let's go 1.2 in the fronts. They have 2.3s in the back, so that's fine there. Force points. Force point ratios are 0.3 on the Western Star. See, when I do that, the front wheels come back up off the ground. Because of that number right there. Diameter is too big for that wheel. Comes up off the ground. Oh, that's the mod description. Alright. Let's load this up and try it again. It's going good there, Viking streaming. You probably said something after it had already scaled there, Big Vito. So if you weren't already on the page when it scaled, you won't scale. Well, I thank you there, Viking. I've spent the last, 3 hours probably playing around with it. Adjusting the tires and the weights and the scales and the mass numbers and all kinds of stuff with that thing. The Angry Fisherman 22, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the channel. How are you doing today? Back tires are spinning, front is just stuck on the ground. Like it doesn't want to move. Something about the front of this thing doesn't want to move when we load it up. Rest load. Compression, suspension travel. Force point ratios. Physics rotation speed. As soon as I take the weight off of it, it works just fine. It might just be 65,000 is too much. I don't think it's the grip on the front tires. We'll go down on them anyway, just in case. Because they should roll freely. The grip on the front tires is just to help it turn. That wouldn't necessarily affect it actually driving. It probably is the weight. As far as that goes. We're gonna go down to 9.9. Oh wait, no. Edit. Undo that 9. That's not the one I want. I want the front, not the back. See, there's an extra camera on the outside. I have to get rid of that. That's kind of annoying. It's in here. Peter Viz. There it is. No, it doesn't go on the street either. There's something that's... It's a weight thing, because as soon as I take the weight off it, it drives just fine. The worst part is it worked just fine for one run, and now it doesn't want to work again. So why did it work once and not the second time? I can take the weight off of it, but I don't want to. I want it to have the weight on it. I did remove the update weight equal mass equals update mass equals false, but when I had originally done the first run to the place, I had the weight equals false gone, so it did actually include the weight of the product, and it was working just fine. That's what the GS reload is doing, Live to Race. Every time I'm in the vehicle and I do this GS vehicle reload command, it's reloading the vehicle. Same as if I were to reset it to the store. I'm curious now. Open archive on this pace setter. This pace setter has almost the same thing. Suspension, spring, damper, initial compression, force point, rest load. So the force points are, force point ratios on those tires will go to that. Rest load is 1.8. Initial compression is 10. Suspension travel is 1.5, so 1 is less. Spring and damper, so we had a 105 spring on the trailer. And a damper of 50. No. The max mass is how much weight I can put in the trailer, in the truck, stone-wise. You thinking get rid of the center of mass adjustments that I made? Zero these back out, you're thinking? It's acting like the front brakes are on almost. It's weird. What's worse is it worked once, and now it won't work. The wheel's not touching anything. I don't think it's the damper setting. Because the damper is how much the spring moves. How stiff the spring is. Yeah, it's acting weird, and I don't know what's going on. That's just the rotation speed. Hmm. No, I don't have a brake setting like that. I don't know what that turning on is doing, but... Turn lights. Dashboard. Turn on vehicle. See, why is this even in here? Why is that even in here? Alright, let's get this thing dumped, and I'm gonna mess around with some stuff here. Way down in here somewhere. 60K, where are ya? Not that button. What's going on, Reaper? Just hit the delete button, huh? Why would I want to do that? I've spent so much time working on this thing. Biggest problem is the front tires. I don't know why, but for some reason they keep sinking in the ground. I know, the front tire is floating because the diameter of the tire is too big for the actual tire itself. I mean, it might have some effect on it, TKE, but I don't know. How's it going, Farmer Becky? Good morning to you. Big Vito coming in with 5 Tier 1 gifted subs. Thank you very much for that. Big Vito. Doing really good. You slept from 4 until 2. Wow! Chloe let you sleep? Chloe let you sleep. Impressive. 1 second, I gotta go check on my kids. I'll be right back. Alright, I'm back. Oh. Whew. Alright. You know what I mean? In the front. The momentum isn't making it push to the front. That's not a problem, TK. Because there's really no momentum to it. The tire is a little too large, yes. I have to adjust that. Good morning, Chloe. How are you? Oh, that is too funny. Alright, we're making progress on that. I bet you this is going to be the 6:30 option. File. Save, close. Six, maybe 10. 10, we'll go down to 50K. File, save. I'm doing alright there, Chloe. Alright. Why would I want to do that, bad lad? I've been playing with this mod for hours now. Adjusting things, moving things. Once I get it working right, it'll be worth it. Yeah, maybe it's just a matter of 80k is too much weight for it. Who knows? What's that now there, fireman? Oh, gotcha. You slept good too? Well, that's good to hear there, Chloe. Well, I appreciate that, Chloe. Sorry you're still not feeling well. Did some mods in SnowRunner. In order to make trucks not rolling over, you had to lower the center of mass. Yeah, it does have that same parameter. But it's not as simple as just lowering the center of mass. Because it's on an XYZ axis. But sometimes a combination thereof, if you make the vehicle heavier and lower its center of mass, it tends to make it not flip over as much. At least it did in 19. Well, that's kind of like cheating, because then you're changing the base value of the rocks. What I think I'm going to need to do is I'm going to start with a lower value on-off button for sandbox. What do you mean on-off button for sandbox there, Mr. JWB? I'm confused by that. Why does it look like the update mass equals false didn't come out of there? No, I'm trying to make a spot for my, I'm trying to make a spot for my government building. No, the update mass equals false didn't come out. Let's go empty this, because that didn't work the way I wanted it to. Good morning there, donkey. There are other bed options, yes, Mr. JWB. Oh, that could be if there's a sanding bed or something, I don't know. But it shouldn't make that annoying sound. Big Vito with another 5 gifted subs. Thank you very much, Big Vito. I do very much appreciate that. No, come on, really? Alright, let's go back in here. RDR Lolo, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the channel. How are you doing today? Take this back out. I'm gonna go back up here. I set that to 50k. File, save, close. Yep. I do as well there, Becky. Well, I'm trying to help see if maybe that will tweak something about it other than just the GS reload. It's about the same. Well, one thing I've been testing is this truck. I've been working on this, for quite a bit today. Trying to get it, where I want it. I've got to do some tweaking to the tag axles. They're coming up a little too high. Other than that, I'm also trying to adjust or trying to make room for my government building. which needs to be brought, you know, this whole area needs to be brought way down. So I'm trying to level this all out. Yeah, if I want to spend 200 grand. This landscaping is free. And at the same time, it lets me play around with this mod some, so. Oh, this is definitely something that could be fun in multiplayer. Doing a construction type thing. How's it going there, Ford Mustang? That is good to hear. What's that there, Farmer Becky? Ford Mustang 421, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the channel. See, now we're back to it being way in the ground again in the front. Why is it back to that? One of the vanilla maps, you've got a field that has a huge hill. No, it's gonna remove part of the field until you're done flattening, and then you can put it back. Morning, Tadpole. Is there a good dozer you could work? If there's a good dozer, you could work well with that too. Not really. The dozers aren't set up with this script to be able to do anything. Why is that one sinking into the ground? Sergeant Brandon 95, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the channel. How are you doing this morning? Why is that front tire sinking into the ground? None of the other ones are. Good morning.
Good morning. Nobody else up this morning besides you?
Nope. Yeah, well, I've got the wireframe shrunk so it matches the wheel a lot better. It's very close now on the wheel. But the wheel is dropping into the ground, and I don't know why that wheel is dropping into the ground. It's like that wheel is carrying all the weight and these ones aren't carrying any. Well, looking at the wireframe in here isn't going to do any good. This is just the wireframe mode in here. There's no physics. This is just the tire bubbling outside the edge a little bit. No, this has no road in the editor. No, it's not causing any friction. Because what would happen is when I picked up the vehicle and tried to roll it on that tire, it wouldn't let it roll if it was causing friction. Somewhere along the line, it's like all of the weight's going on the front and none of the back. I wonder if it's got to do with the bed. Yeah, it's the same both sides. Well, that just made a big difference. Alright, we're going to go up to 60. File. Save. Close that. Irish Gamer, thank you for that host. I do appreciate it. I gotta say, this, Terra Farming mod, I'm really liking this. Well, I appreciate the suggestion, because now that I've gone further back, it seems to be working again. Forder the best truck. Oh, Forder the best truck. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the channel. How are you doing? Now what's happening is it's not steering properly because the tag axles are down. Because they're not steerable tag axles. Thank you for that hydrate. I do appreciate it. That's your only real reason, isn't it? You just want my truck. Even though it really isn't my truck. Well, they're not right now. But when I put the tags down, it was slowing down the steering. See? Because the tags aren't... They're touching the ground just a touch too... They're a little bit too much. I think I know how to fix that, though. There's that. File. Save. Now, the big thing I'm going to have to adjust at some point is how far those tag axles move, where their translation points are. Animation name tag. So this is the end going down. If we go 16, 0. Wait, no. Control Z, control. Yes, I'm gonna go 16 and 0, 0, 16. Save. Whoa! Wrong way. How's it going, MacGyver? So what if we go... This is 18 and 2. 18 and 2. What if we go 0.2, 2, and we bring this one down to 17 and 7. Oh, wait. No. So it's 0.18, 0.18. 185, 185, 195, 195. Alright, so triangles, that's all in the eye of the beholder there, Sogwick. It all depends on how much you want to be able to. Alright, so the bottom seems fine. But at its top, we don't want it that high. So what is the top number? I'm guessing the 9.5 is going to be the top of the thing. What if we go down to 1.9? 1.9. Oh, wait. No. So this was 1.8 and 0.2 initially. 1.8 and 0.2. So this would be front and back. So we're going to go 1.85, 1.95, 1.85, 1.95. And this one's going to go from 3.9 up front here to 3.7. Okay, now we're making progress. What if we go to 3.4? Alright, we're not out of the bed yet. But we're not sticking through the bed anymore, so that's good. 2, 2, 2, 2. Oh, hey, wait. 1.85. And a touch more. We'll go down to 2.9. Maybe 2.8. Okay, that's weird. What the heck's going on there? Awesome. No, we're out of the bed now. And they're not quite touching the ground. We need to go down just a little bit further on these, though. 1.9, 1.9, 1.9, 1.9. Well, you gotta remember, TK, it's not loaded right now. It's got no weight in the bed. I can't adjust that bottom number till I get it weighted back up again. It is a little bit twitchy as far as the steering goes, but... Alright, what did I have the weight set to? Let's go to 65. There we go. We'll see if 65,000 will be doable with this truck. And if it is, that's where it's going to stay. I found it from Fummins yesterday. He's a member of the SGA. Terra Farming is what it's called. I can get the link for you if you'd like. Works rather well. Been testing it out on the map while testing the map itself with some other stuff. But I've also been playing around with that Peterbilt dump truck for a while this morning. Oh, it's working rather well. I like it. I've just been trying to level out an area for me to put in my government building on the map. What do you want, Kiston? I seem to have found it, thanks to TK. Same here. I thought it would have been much buggier than it is. My wheel loader's currently at... Oh, no, that's not too bad, Sogwick. Current save out, then try and fix the field. If you mess... Whoa! Ho, 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 ho. Holy cow. You can resort to a previous save. But if you're trying to do that, what I would recommend, Becky, is turn off autosave in your game. Save the game. do all of your terraforming, and if you don't like it, you can always just quit the game without saving. Well, then what I would suggest doing is saving. Save your game. Try your terraforming, and if you don't like it, quit without saving. They've got no friction on them now, so they're not going to roll. Point 1, point 1, point 1, point 1, point 1. There we go. Now they'll roll. They are down a little far at the moment. So we need to come up with them a little bit. You're not wrong, MacGyver. There's no weight in the tray. Oh yeah, I mean, the role-playing for the development of stuff now is so much better. Buffalo pizza for breakfast, there you go. Alright, so point 1... Control F, tag... Animation tag. I was at 19, 195. Save, close. Oh, great. I bugged that out. Now, if only we could have a slamming of the gate, that would be awesome. It's getting there. It's a little twitchy. The tags were still a little bit low, so I adjusted them up a bit. Tildsley92, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the channel. I'll get that stretch in just a second there, Viking Streaming. It's getting better. I think I need to work on the spring dampers in the front. This spring here. I think I need to adjust some. We're going to go 0.1 on the suspension here. We're going to go 0.2 in the back. We want the suspension to travel now that we're figuring out the issues with the weight distribution being all on those front two tires. This spring we're going to go really light on. That way they kind of will help not push it out of the ground. You know? We're going to go 75s in the back, because dump trucks have a lot of spring in the back. We'll go back to 6 here in the front with the friction. And there should be a steering thing. This is where I need, right here. That's what I need to look at right here. Ackerman steering, 35. We're going to go 35 there. And rotation center. This, I don't know what this does, but we'll leave this a little bit like that for now. I don't recognize this one. Is that Grizagors 200 409? Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the channel. How are you doing this morning? Alright, let's load it up and do another run. Oops, I'm on dig mode. I don't want to do that. X. B. I just dug a big hole. Thank you for that, host bread. I appreciate it. Just dug a big hole over there. There we go. Z here. Raise small strength. We're gonna go to like that. Oopsie. My bad. Making a mess. Gonna have to go to dig mode at this point. Taking too much material out. Alright, fine. Yeah, if it's unzipped, I can edit the mod while it's running. Oh, yep. Thank you very much there, Viking Streaming and Becky, for reminding me. That feels good. Alright. We're back. Needs a weight in the back of the wheel loader. Yeah. Alright, B. I made a small hole right here. Alright, that hole is fixed. Other than that, there we go. There. Now we're in digging mode. You have to be careful about getting close to the ground, otherwise I'm going to make big holes in the ground everywhere. Whoa! My bad. Doesn't do any good when I raise the ground underneath it. Yep, whoopsie. My bad. Yeah, trial and error. Dino... Is that Dinozelj? Dino Zeljko? 137? Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the channel. I apologize if I just completely butchered your name. I really do apologize. If you let me know how to pronounce it, I will try to remember in the future. Yeah, that one was a little interesting. I think I need to get an excavator and Oh, you could read it, so how would you pronounce it then, Bread? And is that you or the sugar talking? That follow was like 10 minutes ago, Bread. It's better. It still doesn't want to steer right. Now I just gotta figure out the atrocious steering on it. And I gotta put the tag axles down just a smidge more. Yeah, I'm gonna put the tags up just in just a second on the way back and see how it steers on the way back. Okay, tags are up. That's random. Never knew there was a big hole there. Yep, the joys of editing mods. You're not wrong there, Chloe. Alright, there's definitely something going on with that steering. Whoa! I just got hit. Doesn't seem to want to turn, it just pushes. Yeah, I think you're right. The rotation isn't far enough. So like a 75 there, the rotation speed. See, I need to check with Winston on this part, because he's usually really good about this. We're up to 65. Let's go to 70. Alright. Let's get her loaded back up and on our way. You got all quiet on me there, X-Man.
What?
Said you got all quiet on me.
No, I was just coughing. I don't want to cough in your stream, so I'm muted.
Aha.
I'm here yet. Barely. I'm almost going to work shortly. I have that dreaded tree bug.
Oh, boy.
So I'm going to have to try to go back to a different game state because it's horrible.
Is it?
Mm-hmm. Hey, Mudslinger, how you doing? Hey, Irish Gamer. Hey, Farmer Becky. Hey, Chloe. Nice, Mudslinger.
What is up with this weight all of a sudden? Hello, Darius, my kitty cat.
There you go. Just an FYI, guys. Just always save before cutting down the next tree. Especially the big ones. The big ones are the ones that are going to give you troubles over the small ones if you're using the brooks.
Yeah, the
FYI.
biggest troubles.
Yep.
All right. Alright, we're gonna have to adjust the spring strength, obviously. Well, the rotation's a lot better. Yeah, the tags definitely affect turning because the tags themselves don't turn. I'd have to find a truck with turning tags and change out the tag axles altogether to make them turn. Oh, the brakes don't work for squat though. Yeah, that might be an option too, is only go with one tag instead of two. Try that. Shared your stream on your Twitter. Oh, I appreciate that, Becky. Alright, that's emptying. Let's go to the motors. Cylindered. Antennas and such. Where's the motors? Yes. There they are. Brake force. $18, $20, $25. Hyper one here is gonna be $30. D Johnson 1110. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the channel. How are you
All right,
doing
guys.
today?
I will talk to you later. I'm off to work.
Yep. Have a good one there, X-Man.
Yep.
See, what I find funny is you've got all of these different max forward speeds, max rear, reverse speeds and stuff. Torque scale 10, 12, 14, 16. And then this one here just says it's faster. Doesn't really change much. Yes, you get a little bit more of these, but these torque scales all stay the same. Alright, tags up. How's it going there, Harm Conan? Alright, one quick second. We need to move. Good morning.
Morning, there's.
How are you there, Big Daddy?
Doing alright, how you doing?
Oh, I've been playing with a mod most of the morning. One, digging a hole, but two, I've also been playing with a potential new dump truck. Alright, I know Winston talks about it a lot, so let's download his Scania pack. I don't have it currently. I know he talks about the steering and stuff pretty frequently. Let's download this. We'll compare that versus this other dump truck and see why the steering might be a little wonky. Downloads. TGX Crone, Open Archive. The Semi. Alright, we get down here. Steering 60, 47, 5, 6. Alright, so we're going to go back to this one here. We're going to take this section of the line here, Control C. We're going to dump that into our Ackerman steering settings. Control V. Actually, I think we only have wheel 1 to worry about. We're going to set this to a 5. We won't worry about this because he's got a twin steer on his, but I might be able to use that twin steer for the tag axle somewhere down the road. This rotation speed we're going to put back to 60. We're going to leave this max there. We're going to go File, save that up, close this, close this, close this, reload. Can a mod do a jump? Okay, that completely broke the steering.
Big Tim was saying about if you did from this Western Star, because I believe that it has a tag axle.
Yeah, it's got the tag axle, but it's not a steering tag axle. This has tag axles. Morning, Bauer. Wowza. Alright. So we've got one way and then the other direction. So we're going to go 0, 0, And this is gonna go down to 50 here. File, save here, reload. Goes out that far. Goes out that far. Morning.
Good morning.
Hey,
These two wheels right here that go up and down are tag axles.
Need some help?
I'm just trying to work on the steering for this thing at the moment.
Yes. Okay. Just to let you know, for the to make the tag axle steer,
Yeah.
you have to add in the number to the rotation in your wheel XML underneath the what indexes those steering wheels. You'll notice on the left hand side, the first one says rotation. And usually it's like a 0 or 1. In order to get your tags to steer, they have to be the same. They had to be increased to 1, and that's how you set your steering for your wheels. Adding a 1 into that first little rotation thing of your wheel line.
Well, I can deal with
Because
that
my
after
PTX
stream.
clone
That's not a problem.
has steering axles.
Yeah.
It has 2 sets of steering wheels, and that's what it is. It's just the one, and your 0 has been changed to 1 for that wheel. If you look at your main 2 steering wheels, you'll see a 1 on the left in the far left line
Yeah.
of your XML, and that's what it does. So.
Yeah, the other problem I'm running into right now is the steering in this thing is garbage. And I don't know why. It's like once you get going to a certain speed, you turn the wheel, and it just doesn't actually steer worth a darn.
You might want to try copying that steering line out of another truck and see if that'll fix it. But it's the to get your tags to steer. It's called rotation speed. That's the one that's got to be changed to a 1. So.
Oh, yeah.
That'll get your tags to steer. But as for fixing your actual getting it to steer, it might want to, like I said, just replace your line completely.
Yeah, the
out of
Ackerman steering.
Yeah, the Ackerman steering from another one. But your rotation, the speed inside your wheel lines, that's the one you have to add into for your steering axles to turn.
Most of these say rotation center wheel 1, center wheel 2. The one I'm messing with doesn't actually have, it just says rotation center.
Yeah, see, I had an issue with one of my trucks where I had trouble with the steering turning, and I had to index the rear wheels, because what it does, for the Ackerman steering, it usually index the back wheels, so that way it's got a stationary set of wheels to go by, and sometimes increasing that, changing what it's pointing at will fix the issue. That's because all mine has a rotation center wheel into them. And you see, see rotation speed 1 on the first 2 lines. You're steering at, there you go. That's the one that does the change.
Yeah,
that should make your.
They've got so many different tag options in here, and they've got them referenced in so many different ways. It's.
Yeah, well, my Peterbilt has tag axles on it, but they're not steering tags.
How about them apples? Winston is the man. We'll see if that makes any difference.
At least it's a Peterbilt you got there.
Oh, I took this off of a mod site. I have done. You can ask these guys. I have literally been for 5 hours now, messing around with digging a hole. I've been digging out this whole banking.
My buddy over in his channel said called me and said, "Are you up yet?" I said, because Darius might need your help. He's been at it, and he's been saying you're trying to get the steering working for the last 3 hours. So.
The steering wasn't the big deal. The problem was the weight on this thing was all literally on the front axle.
Yeah, so the center of mass was off.
Well, it was set to 000, but it was putting all the weight just on the front tires, not on the back. So I actually made it -4 on the 00 -4.
Yeah, because basically what it is sometimes when they're doing their mod, they don't realize when they're centering the position is if it, depending on the grid, because that the 000 grid is your center of mass when you're doing any mod in GE, and
Yeah.
if we're positioned to, like I've had that issue before where I've had to lower my Z by like not just 0.5, I had to put up to +5 or a full 5 to get her to the rear end to sit on the ground because the center mass was so far off.
Yeah. I was at a -4. I'm gonna go to a -6. But yeah, I've been back and forth, just making little tweaks. Whoa, that's too much. Yeah.
That's funny. I've had that happen a few times.
I'm wondering now if I went too far, because I had it at 4, maybe like 2.5. Well, file save. Maybe that's why the steering has been off, because there's not enough weight towards the front. You know what I mean?
Yeah, so it's still raising your wheel just barely off the ground.
Yeah, it's raising the front wheels off the ground a little bit. But yeah, I've just been flattening out using the Terra Farming. Because this is where I'm going to be putting in my government building. I had to do some work on this wheel loader after streaming too. I gotta push a little extra weight in the back of it. Or get a weight thing. Really bad, lad. Did I miss a follow? Oh, I'm sorry, mladding420. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the channel. I do apologize. Thank you, Bread, for keeping me in line. And good morning to you too. There, one for you too.
I suppose that mod is one way to get lots of stone.
Yep. Oh, I have been, but I've also been using it for it's the Ackerman steering. It's right down below the wheel section. It's actually part of the wheel section almost. Thank you, Bad, for that. I'm loving this new terraforming thing. It's actually really, really good. It gave Dave an idea what he's going to do. Is he's actually planning on going into his map with a bucket set to like a 1,000,000 liter capacity. And he's going to set it to dump the dirt out to the ground and raise it just a little bit. And like just kind of keep filling it up till it gets to the road height and then scoop it off just a little bit. Thank you for that hydrate there, Becky. Just to get the like all the edges completely smooth. That's like, I guess that's one way to do it. Because he watched me sit there and I dumped a little dirt on the ground kind of coming into the area where I am. And it did such a good job smoothing it out. He's like, oh, that's actually really nice. I'm like, yeah, it works pretty good. Wish they fixed the paint, then plowing, not giving rocks all over again. It works pretty good. I mean, if you look at this area, I've literally started from over here and done all of this at 0 cost to me. just digging away. Leaving the debug tool on. There's no real benefit to it. I've been putting it in the stone crusher, bad lad, but it's full, so I'm sticking it right now into the wow, brain cramp. The train silo. I've been putting it in there literally just to hold on to it. And yeah, I'm getting stone out of it. On this map, there's a stone production that allows me to get lime and other materials out. Oh, you turn it off so you don't see them? I actually kind of like the Terraform with a plow. No, I have not, Janeway. I kind of like it because it tells me if I'm, where my bucket's at. I didn't think it worked with a plow, no. Just works with buckets and such. Yeah, I gotta move the tags up just a hair again. Move them down just a touch too far. It appears to have, bad lad, yes. And now my tag axle's turned too. Thanks to Winston.
Only reason I know that 'cause the first truck I made, first big truck I made was back in '15 was a Peterbilt 10x10. It had three axles in the back plus 2 set of steering axles in the front. Oh, I went a little overboard with it.
Nice. Yeah,
Back
this is
with the
actually working pretty good.
When they had the Coronas instead of the static weights,
Yeah.
I probably had like 200 on the front alone.
Oh, nice.
But I had them shrunk down micro, so it was a really small. So I stretched them lengthways so that you get the star effect.
Yeah.
And so you had like three or four to make one LED, but they were so small they never caused any frame lag in the game. It was like it's over 200 just on the front of the truck alone. The thing had like maybe 400 or 500 altogether on the truck with the amount of lights I had on it. So.
Oh wow.
I'm glad they got it on static now because it makes it a lot easier.
Yeah. It just like clamps to the edge of the desk, Janeway. How's it going there, Space Vogel?
Yeah, my Homer variant should be released soon too. I got another few minor tests to do. So.
Oh, nice.
I know because I just got to finish testing the Pecan overloader I converted for it.
Ah.
Because there's The one that holds, the main one holds potatoes, sugar beets, and sugar cane, and then
Yeah.
the pecan overloader holds the grains and stuff. And I also did the trailer with it too, so you can have two together. And these things are big, so I think they're almost the size of the ropers. So.
Oh, nice. And Amo Gossam, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the channel. I hope I pronounced that right. I didn't get it too horribly wrong. I think now I can put the friction back on these to where they should be. Especially now that they steer. I lowered the friction scale on the tags because I didn't want them stopping it from turning, you know what I mean? Suspension travel. Bring that down to 2. File, save, close. Yeah, you can't wire your actual wheel to turn in the game. Well, it wasn't Vogel I was worried about, it was the Amo Gossam. Jossam, maybe? I need to bump the tags down just a touch. Just a touch, not much. So watch me at a truck stop moving your actual wheel to a video game. Yeah, that'd be funny. Not a problem, Vito. Yeah, it's looking pretty decent. It's getting there. Like, I mean, this front, all of the wheels I actually had to move down because they had them almost touching the bed without any weight in the truck. But it's got a lot of options to this thing. I even switched out the rear trailer hitch for the pintle. Instead of it being the weird pin that they had. That was how I started out. It's like, I want to give it an actual pintle hook instead of the weird, like, pin you'd see on the back of, like a, telehandler.
Right.
Like, I don't want to see that pin. I want an actual pintle hook on the back of this dump truck. And before you know it, it's like, yep, okay. Now I've been completely going bonkers with the thing in the game, so... I do know I can change it to dirt mudslinger, but there's nothing you can do with the dirt. At least with the stone, I can put the stone in my stone crusher and turn it into calcium carbonate and other products I can sell. Oh, I'm sure there is. I'm sure there is, bad lad. turns it to stone. Why do dirt and turn it to stone when I can just get stone? What time were you planning on streaming today, Big Daddy?
Let's see. About 10 minutes. Is that okay?
That's fine.
Sound good? All right, man.
I'm telling you,
mess
this
it-
terraforming mod, we can't build factories, but I'm liking this. I've got nothing else to do right now on my farm. This is a perfect, like, alright, it's winter time. I'm gonna work on prepping my land for factories.
Yeah, that's cool.
It's, you know, it gives us something since we can't actually build factories right now, you know?
Right. Now, if they could only incorporate this with the plowing, get like a little bit of ground deformation, that'd look pretty sweet.
I don't know, bad lad, if he's gonna do the terraforming thing today.
Teaching wise, I'm totally new to it, so you totally see a guy. I want to say almost a first time user, to be honest with you. I have used it very little. I've just got into it.
I used it very little before I spent the last 7 hours. Literally, I've been digging this out and playing with that truck. I've got the truck unzipped and we're just, alright, make a tweak to the truck, fill it up, how's it drive? Make a tweak to the truck, fill it up, how's it drive? Once I got it driving right, it was alright, let's fill it up, and why is it not driving now? Okay, what do we fix? What do we fix? And back and forth. I've got that truck, so there is no update mass equals false. It will hold up to 100,000 liters with the right set of bed sizes. But there's bed sizes from 40,000 to 100,000 every 5,000 liters if you want to.
Right.
I added in the update I added in the max mass part. Time for you to get this mod and break your game more. Already broke your shop page. Nice. Other than what we did, do I need to make changes you did in the i3D? I can share the file with you. I take it you've been basically following along, TK. Yeah, real quick before we finish, I'm going to rezip this where we're at. It works pretty good. Everything seems to be working fairly well. So let me zip it up. I'm going to throw it in a Dropbox here. Yep. What's your question there, Becky? If my Dropbox doesn't mind the 200 megabyte file.
Yikes.
Oh, she's a biggin'. Alright, it's syncing, so it's gonna take a few minutes. Alright, there we go. While that's doing that, are you talking about all those all the errors when I was doing the reloads? The reloads, it will throw errors when it's reloading, but if you just buy the mod straight out in your game, you should be okay, TK. Because if you look, yes, I get, you know, object, wheel shape index, da 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 da, for all of these, but that's literally just when it's reloading the physics on it. After that, it's fine. Alright, it's all synced up. Download it from Dropbox right there. That is gonna, until I can get permission to put it on the SGA website, that's going to stay a private edit, only available in my streams. I will talk to I will try to contact the creator of the mod to see if I can get permission to upload my changes to the SGA website. Not a problem, Pastor Taco. I mean, you guys sat here and watched me mess around with that mod for the last 6 hours. The least I can do is share what I've done with you. Well, what's the point of editing a mod if you're not going to make it work better or add function to it? Of course, everybody can just go ahead and throw in the update mass equals false and stuff if they want to, but there's nothing about it that it functions with all the proper weights and everything else. Now, that said, if you guys aren't using the max fill weight, it might still have issues with the volume. I mean, if I try to put 60,000 liters of stone in there right now with the fill weight the way it was, it's probably still gonna have issues, but I don't know how good of a teacher I'd be, Mudslinger, but yeah, I mean, I learned probably as much as you guys did just now, because that's probably the most extensive editing I've done of a vehicle ever. I mean, I can almost assure you that that's the most extensive I've ever edited a vehicle. Alright, we're going to get ready to... Basics like capacity and fill speeds. Yeah, fill speeds, capacities, those are easy things to learn. It's all that other stuff we just did that it's like, oh my gosh.
Yeah, wheels can be a little crazy for sure.
Well, we literally just ran the gamut with, like I said, when we started out, I see to, oh, Farmer Becky, remember I was telling you I wanted to add an image to an i3D. How do you add the image again to an i3D? So what you're going to want to do, Becky, is in the i3D, you're going to want to create a plane. And you're going to use that plane to put the decal on. It's a little bit involved, but I can probably run you through it later on. Like if you wanted to add a custom logo to the side of it or something like that. If you want, Becky, not later today, but I will be streaming tomorrow at some point. Yeah. What I'll do, Becky, is tomorrow when I stream again, I'll go into this i3D and I want to put my logo right here on the door, and I'll show you how to do that. And when I do that, it'll show you exactly how to add a logo to yours or swap that logo out for whatever you want to do. So, just let me know when you're live, Big Daddy.
I am live for 2 minutes and 25 seconds, so whenever you're ready.
Alright, we're going to raid over to Big Daddy. He's going to keep the streak going for us. I'm going to keep hanging out because I'm going to keep digging up some stones. This is pretty fun with this dump truck. So I'm going to shout out Big Daddy just in case anybody gets lost. You are welcome, Fuzzy Chicken. Thank everybody for hanging out. I do appreciate it. Big Vito with those gifted subs early. I do very much appreciate that, sir. Ma 2112 earlier on with the biddies. Thank you very much for that. NBC with the raid early on. You guys have all been awesome. Thank everybody for the follows. And we're going to head on over to Mr. Big Daddy. Not a problem there, Farmer Becky. You are welcome there, Big Vito. I learned a lot myself, so glad everybody learned, had some fun. Like I said, we're gonna keep things going with Big Daddy, and we'll keep messing with this mod a little bit tomorrow, while I try to get in touch with the people that made the mod, or the person that made the mod, and see if they don't mind me uploading it to the SGA when it's done.
Good morning, Bad.
So, have a good one, everybody.
Zener Cirrus, thanks for the follow. Really appreciate it. Hope you're doing well tonight. And welcome